Welcome to the future of esports, where every player has a shot, every squad can rise. This is Ladoma. Join free-for-all esports tournaments. No entry fees, no limits, just pure competition. Whether you're a solo warrior or a full squad, we've got a space for you. And it's not just for bragging rights. We're talking huge prize pools every month. Win big, get recognized, level up your game. Be part of the fastest growing esports movement built by gamers, powered by passion. This is more than a game. It's your moment. Are you ready to rise with Ladoma? Visit platform.ladoma.com and join the battlefield.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Ladoma Asia Showdown Season 4. Day 2 of the playoffs is about to start. My name is DK, and of course, I'm joined here by Aladdin. Aladdin, how are you doing today?
Thank you so much, DK, for having me once again. And yes, I'm doing great. I hope that you are also doing great. I hope that the audience is doing great because this time the competition is gonna go sky high. Now that we are moving towards the day 2, officially, some new teams are gonna come in and new players will be seen.
Oh, yes, and of course, there's our event calendar for any of the viewers that are curious as to what is yet to come. So we wrapped up yesterday, which was Monday, today being Tuesday. I think it's going to be a very, very exciting day. If yesterday is anything to go by, the team's not keeping back any of the progression here. We've seen a few squads absolutely just going to town looking to get the work done. So I'm curious as to how all of that is going to transpire moving into today's matches. But of course, after the playoff stage, we are going to be moving into last chance. And now what's different in this season is from the playoffs into last chance, the top 9 teams are heading straight over to the grand finals. The next 10 slots are making their way over into the last chance, where they'll be going up against a few of the squads coming through from the EWC. So there will be 8 teams joining in there. And then from that point, of course, moving into the grand finals, we'll only have, again, 9 teams joining into that to conclude the 18 squads that will be participating. So there's going to be a lot to play for this time around, as it's not going to be that easy to get into the grand finals. But of course, the teams are going to be using the tried and tested point system, starting us off with 10 points for first place, working its way down to no points if you land anywhere between 9th and 18th position. But you can rectify that by getting aggressive, right? Going out there, getting eliminations, because each of those eliminations are worth 1 point.
Absolutely. There's this recent point system. It allows everybody to, recover their points in the points table after one good aggressive game. If there's 115 elimination points game for you, you can definitely jump from maybe the second page to the top 3 or top 4 spot. So yeah, it favors aggression. It favors those teams who love to play aggressive. But on the other side, it's not going to be easy at all. Yesterday, we saw some 19 elimination points gameplays by Team A6 side, 14 elimination points gameplay by DX. These were those teams who tried their level best to get aggressive, but after one good game, after one big game, they unfortunately didn't manage to convert the other game.
Ready?
I think so.
You think so? Come on, Mugs. Yes or no answer.
Mark Kerr, a man on a mission
I've never seen him like this before.
to be the greatest fighter in the world. But with everything
Share of the prize pool, and talking about the prize pool, it's $1,500. The champions are gonna get the lion's share of 700.
I gotta say that transition of yours was pretty smooth. It's almost like you knew exactly what was coming, right? Good play on that one. But yeah, there's an amazing share of the prize pools that we can see on the screen there. But that MVP also is going to be pocketing themselves a glorious $50 as well. So there's always a little bit of bragging rights, I'd say, to come through here, as the teams are always going to be looking to challenge themselves to see who will be the one to walk away as our champions for this season. Many contenders here to challenge them, so it's all going to boil down to how the teams can keep that pacing going. Speaking about the teams, though, of course, we are going to be having the addition of Group C joining us on the battlefield. So that is going to be Nextory, Talon, A1 Esports, as well as Voin Donkey. We've got the players there from Young coming in as well. We've got the Bandit Esports. We've got 141, Viper, and then, of course, as Halal also then closing up that group. But that means the players from Group B, the groups over in that B squad, will have to defend if they want to stay near the top. Because as I mentioned earlier, only the top 9 squads will be moving straight through into the grand finals.
Absolutely. Talking about the top squads, let's have a look on the points table. Glue scored. They have 77 points. Yesterday, it was a dominant day by this team. They just, managed to get those elimination points side by side. Yes, they were getting some placement points as well. In every other match, they were trying to be on the top three. And on the other side, if you talk about some teams who tried to make a comeback, T2K is one of the names with 49 points. They managed to be on the second spot. But yes, it was a comeback storyline that was written by T2K because before the last two matches, they were probably on the second page and on the 12th spot. But after two games, after those last two games, they managed to get 49 points, and that is impressive. But yes, there's a difference between the first and the second spot, which will uh, create a little bit problem for T2K. If they need to dethrone Glue Squad from the first spot, they have to get a chicken dinner in the first early on game. And there's one more thing that I want to talk about, and that is both the teams are gonna be playing today. So yeah, T2K, they need to focus on the very first match.
Yeah, they are going to be coming in hot. And of course, if we look over onto this side, these are the positions for the squads from yesterday. Regis side, of course, the squad over in that 16th position at the very last match found a bit of an opportunity to increase those points. They're, of course, still over in Group B. So there is going to be another opportunity for them to try and improve those overall points. But the pressure is going to be on. Tribe Mercy, though, last season we saw them come in clutch, take that would win a chicken dinner, or the victory rather. Now, this time around, we've not yet seen all that much coming in from the side of Tribe Eremisi. Bigatron by Vitality, of course, was right up there alongside them. So the pressure is going to be on for these three teams to see if they can apply the needed pressure to get themselves up onto that first page. Because I'm pretty sure with the squads then rolling up from Group C, they're going to be bringing in all the heat, all the aggression, and all the difficulty that they can bring onto that battlefield. And of course, as we know, 3 of those squads we saw in the previous season make it into those grand finals. So they definitely know what to do to get into that position.
Absolutely. Team 141 Esports, Viper X Knockout. These are some underdog names from the Pakistan side, and they need to step up big time because the competition's getting high. Glue Esports, they already set the mark on 77 in 6 matches, getting 77 points. That's another big achievement. But talking about the MVP rankings, Glue Squad, yes, they dominated, and there was one name who shined above everyone else, and that was Neol. With 13 eliminations and 15 knockouts, this player managed to, get those impressive stats side by side. He is the main reason why his team dominated entirely. 2300 damage alongside 18.48 survival time. These are some brilliant stats by this lad. But on the other side, Rolls OG coming in. He is the ISL of T2K, and yet managing to be in the top brackets. This clearly tells about the versatility of this team and this player. Then we have RRQ Lapar with 12 elimination and Skem with 8 elimination, although 7 knockouts in his backpack. So some good numbers by Toda Gaming, RRQ, T2K, and the players of Glue Esports as well. But I think the competition needs to pace up a little bit because this is day 2 and some new teams going to join in.
Yeah, and of course, speaking about joining, these are the maps that the teams are going to be joining on, as we will be starting the day off with Miramar yet again, moving over onto Erangel and repeating that sequence all the way to the very, very end of the day. So a lot of opportunities for teams to build up a lot of consistency. Of course, last season, we saw the rotation just be the other way around. So we started with Erangel moving into Miramar. This time we have Miramar first. So it's resulted in quite a bit of an impressive performance that we've seen. So I'm curious as to who's going to be the ones to step it up today. Who's going to look to shake a few trees and maybe see what falls down from that. Our first chicken, of course, yesterday went straight over to the side there of TDK. Well, it's going to be an interesting one to see whether or not new contenders will look to rise to the occasion because Todak, they're not in this lobby, right? So that opens up the opportunity, opens up the chances for the squads to show us exactly what they've got. And I'm expecting to see quite a few of those hot drops, right? Because yesterday, there was many of them coming through. Almost every single match had that. And I think another interesting thing that we also saw is that there was a very quick conclusion of engagements, right? Teams move in, they get aggressive, they eliminate whoever they can, and then they move on to the next rotation, move on to the next spot. And I think that kept a really good flow going through with regards to the aggression, at least.
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw Team DRS, Boomy Sports, A6 side, alongside Team T2K in those early on drop clashes. But now that three of these teams are not playing, will the new contenders join in with their opponents to go for those drop clashes side by side? A6 side, they got some elimination points yesterday. They started the day with some brilliant numbers. They were unable to convert it into a very big day. So that's some kind of unfortunate situation that happened with them. They had three good matches and then three bad matches. I hope that this does not happen to any other team today. And today is the day when we will see some changes on the points table. Maybe Gluey Sports or any other team who are dominating on the points table will not be able to get good matches because new teams are coming in. And when new teams join in, obviously the possibility of drop clashes it increases in every other map because you don't know about the drop location side by side. You do have an information about the previous tournaments of Ledoma, but still, teams try to explore new things, try to test new things, and that's how those drop clashes happen. But it will be a treat to an eye if it happens. I really want to see Team 141, Team Viprex knockout to get those early on drop clashes, early on elimination points.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I'm gonna be looking at the new squads that are joining us from that group C to see exactly what their approach is. Because as we said, three squads we've seen already what they can do. They made all the way into those grand finals. So yeah, I'm looking at the newcomers at least to this season, right? What is their approach? What's the mentality? Are they gonna choose violence like we see pretty much being the name of the game here, or are they gonna try and maybe assess the first few matches? Because if you look at Glue Squad, for instance, yesterday, right? First match, not a super crazy play. They got 4 points. But once they hit that second match, that's where they started to really build up that momentum and they were able to kind of keep that ball rolling. So I'm going to be looking to see who will be the other Glue Squad for the day, right? Will we have some new contenders? Could it maybe be 1-for-1 Banded? Are they going to just find that little bit of a spark? But Nexery, I think, is also going to be an interesting team to take a good look at because, of course, we have also seen them in the previous season, not quite making it all the way to those grand finals, but still being strong contenders. So I want to see the experience then being kind of shown as the team step out onto the battlefield. But this is where, Aladdin, I want to ask you, do you think we are going to be having hot drops coming in right off the bat in the very first match? Or do you think the teams are going to wait until game number 2?
Well, I think Team Glory Sports, if we look towards them, they have 77 points on the points table. Teams like Glory Sports, T2K, they have some good numbers. If you want to qualify from here to the grand finals, you definitely need maybe 80 to 70 points. If we talk about the cutoff points number in 12 matches, it is definitely going to be somewhere around, a 70, 65. So T2K and Glue and all those teams who have dominated yesterday, they have realized or they will realize that they have nothing to lose now. All they need to do is go all in, try to put pressure on the other team. So maybe in that case, we will see some drop clashes by Team Glue Sports, Team T2K, and all the other teams who are on the top of the points table. So I am expecting, yes, I am expecting Team Glue will try to go all in today, and they will try to dominate. Yesterday there was a little bit pressure on them. They started from zero. Everybody started from zero, but Glue they managed to get 77 points. Now that they have nothing to lose and everything to gain, what are they gonna do to the lobby? Only time will tell.
Yeah, 100% right on that one. I think Sem9 also had a really good day yesterday, also being able to bank quite a few points as they made it through, as the day kept on rolling up. I mean, they concluded the day with 37. They also were able to squeeze out a winner chicken dinner. So I also want to see that consistency being maintained, right? Because as we said, only a few squads are going to be making it straight into the grand finals, and then from there also only a select few teams will be making it into the last chance. So for Group B, this is their last chance to qualify, right? So I'm expecting Group B to really bring the pressure, bring as much aggression as they can find. So I'm hoping to see all the drop clashes, all the hot drops coming in right out of the gate. But will that happen? Well, we don't quite know just yet. We'll have to see what that flight path and zone is going to be bringing in for our teams. I got to say, though, yesterday we've been having some pretty decent flight paths, right? Previous season, it was quite challenging with where the teams were able to kind of get themselves situated. But looking at what we had yesterday, even starting off the day, a very centralized flight path, But then the zone was a little bit nasty, right? Taking us all the way over on towards that eastern side, even going like 40% into the water. So I think moving into today, the teams could maybe be hoping, praying for something to move a little bit more onto a bit of dry land, right? So they don't have to fight as much to get a good position moving forward. But on the other side, of course, you know, we're always game for a little bit of a challenge, right? These teams really have to earn those points. And the best way to get it is by, you know, working through quite a bit of a challenging zone. So yeah, I'm waiting in anticipation to see exactly what surprises we'll have making its way onto the battlefield here today. But of course, we're going to be getting into our first match very, very soon. I think in the meantime, also, I'm curious to see what chat thinks, right? So if you're watching, give your predictions. Let us know, who do you think is going to be the team to dominate the first game? Is it going to be Glue Squad or any of the other?
Discover everything you need to know about a rewarding career in nursing at TAFE Queensland's.
See, Aladdin, do you have any predictions, any thoughts as to who you think might be taking the first game? We've already spoken about the drop clashes. Who do you think could be in line to get their hands on that winner chicken dinner?
Well, now that we're talking about the surprises, there are some teams coming in from the Bangladesh side, like A1 Esports and Team Halal Exertion. There are some teams from Pakistan side as well. But I think these Bangladeshi teams, they like to play a bit, a mix and match of passive and aggressive. That's how you make things easy for yourself if you want to get a chicken dinner. So probably some team from Bangladesh will come in, step up and get that chicken dinner. A1 Esports, I think they can also surprise everyone. It is going to be their first match, and we know that they like to play very. Their approach is very good. It's a bit of mix and match of passive and aggressive. They do not force themselves into an early on drop clash. Even if they're rotating and somebody tries to spray them, damage them, they will just ignore them and focus on their own. So probably someone from Bangladesh can step up. And also, I've seen some comments in the chats. The fans are coming in from Bangladesh. They're trying to support their team, and let's hope that their team have something to give to their fans.
Well, we are going to find out. Looking at what we had in Season 3, Talon definitely is one of the teams in Group C that performed the best out of those that we currently have in there. So the expectation is kind of there for Talon to, ramp up the performance, right, to show us what they have. But of course, we'll be finding out very soon as to what exactly these teams have in mind for us. Starting us off, though, a very similar flight path to what we had yesterday. Of course, a little bit more north, not as centralized as we saw, but it's not going to be too much of a deterrent here for the squads as they are going to get ready to move right on down. La Cobreria is going to be the spot rather where we see Voin Donkey taking occupancy right out of the gate. But look at that. Tribe Eremacy are going to be coming in right alongside them.
Absolutely, a drop clash, a possibility of a drop clash. Wine Donkeys, we know that this team is super aggressive in the close ranges. They're so good, but Team T2K, let's see how well they are going to manage. How well are they going to, take this fight? Because we have seen Team T2K coming up on the points table yesterday. Their first few matches were not good, and then they made a comeback. But now, after one, a drop clash, if they manage to win it, it is a win-win situation for them. But somehow, if they lose their players, or if they lose this drop clash, things are not going to look easy for them. They will probably take that pressure once again. But talking about the kill feed, the first knocked out is from the T2K side on Wine Donkeys, and I hope that they confirm that elimination number as well, because whenever you get an advantage, you get the first knockout, you probably win the fight. The 50% of the fight is already over from your side. So T2K, let's see if they can continue this. On the other side, Rage versus Team HLE. This fight is also going on some other side, and Team Rage is getting some elimination numbers confirmed, and is wanted. He is using that Deagle, the classical weapon of the special weapon of Miramar. I really want that PUBG Mobile dev, they add this weapon on every other map, because this can be very lethal. This can come into the meta because a headshot delivered from this weapon can definitely take you down.
Yeah, definitely could. It's always exciting to see the players starting off with the pistols in those early stages of the game. But now, Tribe Eremacy Delta going to be finding themselves in a pretty hot spot right in the midst of the full force coming through there from Voin Donkey. So let's see who's going to be the one to make it out of La Cobreria in one piece. Will we see Voin Donkey rising up, or is it going to be Tribe Eremacy looking to unlock a little bit of that aggression. I like the off angle coming through there from Rig is going to provide them with a good bit of support in case something needs to be done here. For the time being, though, Voiddonkey keeping it nice and concise. Oh, beautiful spray coming through. 2 hits, 3 hits already right off the bat now. Rig, what are they going to do, right? So far removed from the rest of the team. I think they might be waving at their own teammates saying, you know what? Unfortunately, you're just going to be the victims of Voiddonkey for now.
Absolutely. Point Donkeys just started off this aggression with first elimination number. Jesus was the player who started it. And then Potato, he took 2 players down with 1 spray, and that was brilliant. You know, now that one player who was placed on a different angle, far away from his teammates, will do nothing. All he can do is fall back or maybe just try and take those, exit frags. And that's it. That's all. That's what Team T2K is left with. Team AST is left with, I think, Team Triber Messi. That's what they're left with. But on the other side, it's 4Y LC versus Team 1-for-1. Another dog clash fight where 1-for-1 they managed to get one of the players knocked out, but the elimination number was not confirmed. Now it's a 4 versus 4 situation. Voltrix, he's holding on to this angle with a shotgun on the other side. Fearless, he also knows that somebody's waiting for him. If you open this gate, you move forward, you will face the shotgun of Voltrix on the other side. What is going to be the plan of action of Team 1-for-1? Are they collecting some utilities, some grenades to enter this fight? If you look towards one of the players of 4YLC, you can clearly see that they have placed him on a very different angle to give that elevation, that cover. But look at the kill feed, AST, the last man standing is also dealt by their opponents, and they are eliminated. Halal Exertion is also eliminated by ViperX knockout.
Oh, okay. All right. Wasn't seeing, I was definitely not seeing that one coming, but hey, you know what? They got the play. But now it is going to be still a glorious potential 4v4 that we have right here, right? So 4YLC versus 1-for-1. It's one of the few instances where both teams going at each other have a 4 in their name, right? The perfect 4v4. But it's not going to be an easy one because there's another team up on the ridge. We can see a lot of, up on the hill, patiently waiting there from RRQ. Viper, though, the next team out, the Glue Squad, lighting them up and sending them back. So the pressure is going to be on here, as you can see. RRQ now also starting with the engagements, reaching over the ridge, being an absolute nuisance. So I'm not quite seeing an easy play for either of these squads because whoever survives here is going to have to try and deal with that RRQ pressure position being played.
Absolutely. RRQ is already trying to, get those elimination numbers confirmed or maybe some knockouts because you can see the map. They're trying to take down the players of 1-for-1 and they managed to do it from such long distance because they have the elevation, they have the heighted area for themselves 1-for-1. Now that K2 is down, they've decided to charge in without the player and they're going all in, but clueless, in fact fearless. He deals with one of the player with the shotgun, another player pushes in. This time around it was serious, but serious managed to take one of the player down, but now he have to revive his teammates. It's a 1v3 situation for him. He managed to get one down, but Sirius comes in with the AK in his hand, takes a leap of faith, but he has to deal with 2 of the players. He switches his weapon and Punk will deal with him. 1-for-1 gets eliminated. They managed to take 1 player down. They confirm that elimination number, but RRQ, look at them. They are coming in from the western side. They're charging in. They left the hill. They realized that there is a head-on fight between their, opponents, and now they are getting into this fight to get those elimination points.
I mean, I think it is safe to say that for YLC are not wasting any time, but you can say the same here by RRQ as they come rushing straight on through, not wasting a single moment, getting right down to business, looking to see just how much carnage they can cause for the rest of the lobby. So a good pace coming in here. RRQ absolutely relentless now as they start to push on forward, looking to clear it up, and up comes the hit. That is 4YLC now falling to the wayside. Bipin waiting patiently in the window. Not much that they can do. The odds are stacked against them, but RRQ doing a phenomenal job, like the aggression that they chose to bring in. Now, Lapar, the rest of the team here, patiently awaiting approach. I'm curious as to whether or not Lapar is going to look to increase that MVP stance that they have, right? Already, as we know, coming into the day, bring in some pretty good performances just yesterday, but now it's all going to rely on 4YLC Will they make it out of San Martin in one piece, or will they go back in a lovely little box with a light on top?
Well, to be very honest, RRQ, they have 4 players in this fight, and it's a 4v1 situation, and they do not want to stop. They're not giving any time to their opponent. And Lapar will push forward. He is trying to get his MVP, as you mentioned, and one more elimination number confirmed by RRQ. What a perfect third party. What a perfect third party. Although, uh, you can say that there was a bit of blunder fight by the side of 4YLC. They managed to win this fight where they had 4 of the players alive. They did not lose any player. In fact, they did lose 1 player. Maybe that's the reason that costed them a demise in front of RRQ, because RRQ, they charged in with all 4 players, and the execution entirely, it was brilliant, and it worked out in the favor of RRQ. Let's see if they can continue it in the coming stage of the map. But for now, the circle is going in on towards the northeastern side. A rotation from Team R3G side will definitely going to be there. And look at Team Die. They will probably indulge themselves into a fight with Team Blue squad outside the blue zone. And Team Blue, they will definitely show interest if they see any of the players of Team Die, because Glue, they do not have to worry about anything. They already have 77 points in this in last 6 matches, so they will try to go all in.
Yep, they can step up and have a little bit of fun with the rest of the lobby. Now it's going to be Bandit over here, very far on the edge, trying to play a little bit of that elevation. Of course, they are not going to be alone. We can see even more squads just there over to the side. Teams on either edge of them. Beautiful spray here onto Shields as the knock is in. Talon now having to try and kind of decide, are they going to engage? Are they going to fall back? BTR also just locking in with the spray downs themselves. So Bandit coming into a bit of a 1-for-1 trade, right? Getting that elimination, but also now getting one of their own knocked on down. These heals will allow quite a bit of that rotational play here, as the teams could quite easily get themselves out of harm's way. Shield, fortunately, is going to get brought back into the fight. So Talon, not out of it just yet. They are getting ready for even more aggression, as Axel is trying to lay down a little bit of that suppressor fire. And I think for Talon, this is an interesting approach. Really good read that they've got here. Good synergy that they have. But now we need to see that being converted into something, right? Are they going to be able to double down and add a few additional points to the board?
Well, Talent was trying to do a third party over here, but they got surprised by someone else, and now they're down to 3 players. They lost Shields in the process, and now they have to play their entire game with all 3 players. But I think coming up into day number 2, it's their first match. They need to be very careful. If they lose any other player, their chances of winning or maybe dominating is, the chances are going to go down. Team A1 esports in the process, and I guess there is going to be a 3-way deadlock. On one side of the team, it's Team SKD, and on another, it's A1. Side by side, Clue Squad is gonna go all in on these teams. Wait a second, a beautiful spray by Deadstorm leaves the player of SKD on 1 HP, but fortunately the knock was not there. SKD, yes, they managed to get some good amount of elimination points in the last 2 matches yesterday, but they need to start this day with a real good match. But A1 Esports are looking pretty much confident. They're looking aggressive and they're going all in. But Deadstorm will be caught by SKD, and what a beautiful grenade by Rat. He takes down Deadstorm, and A1 Esports now they're charging again with all 2 players. Pekka needs to deal with Flash, and he deals with him beautifully. One by one, all the players of A1 Esports are going down, and A1 is left with the last one, who was also dealt by Pekka, and 2 elimination confirmed by Rat, 1 by Pekka, 1 by Nodzu. SKD with the beautiful start, and A1 Esports gets eliminated.
Well, there we go. That's going to be the the name of the day here. Looking to see how much heat I can bring on through. SKD definitely going to be smiling with a few additional points that they've been able to add. Of course, we can see them now moving all the way up into 6th place with those 4 eliminations. So still a little bit more of a way to go. But yeah, the opportunity is available to all the teams, right? T2K definitely still to step up to the plate, getting ready to show us what they can bring on through. Are they going to go for a little bit more of an aggressive push like we see coming through here from the side of Glue Squad. Right, Glue, one Elam up, but they are looking absolutely restless as they prepare for a charge now. It's going to be Nexary on the opposing side, getting a quick hit up into Hexan. But where's the rest of Glue? Xbox showing some pretty good strategies yesterday. No, making it pretty evident that when it comes to the map of Miramar, they are a force to be reckoned with. Sem9 also going to be feeling a little bit of the heat now. Apex getting hit there as SKD starts to contribute to the carnage. RRQ going to be feeling that pressure as well as they get taken right on down. Sem9 also coming through with a glorious squad wipe. 4 eliminations up, setting RRQ back with only 5 eliminations.
A 1v3 by Setria on Team RRQ, one of those dominators of the lobby, but SKD, after getting one good fight, they're endorsing themselves into another, and they managed to get 3 more points on Team Nexus Sports. That was a rotational clash by Team SKD, and now that they have 3 more elimination points confirmed, they need to revive their players as soon as possible because Glue Squad is really, really close by, and they can definitely try to come here, try to charge and try to go all in and show some heat. But I guess Team Blue Squad, they lost one of their players, so probably they will try to play a bit more defensive now. Now that Team SKD, they have the zone, they need to revive their teammate as soon as possible. You can't say that it's a real good start. It's a very impressive start by Team SKD, winning on that early on fight with Team A1 Esports and then converting those elimination numbers from 4 to 7. That is brilliant by them. But Himson, he barely escaped the rush of Team Blue Squad. Blue Squad is trying to make an entry in all this fight. They're coming in with their vehicles, trying to bait out the players of their opponents. But SKD, will they get the bait or will they just leave Team Blue Squad here because the zone is not here and they need to move forward? I guess they need to travel 300 to 400 meters towards the zone.
Well, let's see where they get to go. I like this aggression they're coming through from Glue Squad, as you said, right? They're trying to make a bit of an entry point here. And boy, are they doing quite an interesting job with that. But as we can see, Sekudai also now just at least having a little bit of that pressure being alleviated. So not having too much to worry about, seeing that they've got 7 eliminations to their name.
Absolutely, 7 elimination numbers, and Glue Esports, they have to be really thankful that they did not get endorsed in this fight because SKD, they're looking unstoppable now. Whoever comes in front of them, they just eliminate them, they just obliterate them. But BTR by Vitality, if you talk about this team, another team who managed to score the top 3 spots in the previous Ladoma Asia Showdown, this time around, they're getting pressure, they are not getting their momentum that they need to get things going. They have 30 points in the 6 matches, and this is their day number 2, probably the last day, because you also have 12 matches to end your day into the top 9 spot. And today BTR, they need at least 40 to 45 points if they want to qualify directly from here, and they do not want to go in the last chance. But wait a second, T2K versus Glue, it's coming in and the kill feed, and Glue Esports, they're getting all the heat, they're feeling it one by one. The players are going down and it's a 2v1 situation. Xbox moves forward, takes the shotgun in his hand, deals with one of the players, and Xbox from the other side of Glue Squad, he's the one who eliminates another player, probably a 1v4 or 1v3 by him, and he eliminates entire T2K on his own.
Wow. I mean, I think it's safe to say that Xbox is not gaming. It's not playing around today, right? They mean business as they step on through, but now it's going to be Talon's opportunity to see if they can hold their own here. Only one player remains. It's going to be Cole looking to hold nice. Close to almost getting taken on down, but there they go.
Wow.
As Sekudai moves on through, just helping to clean up as Bandit Esports are shifted to the wayside. Talent, they tried, right? But Bandit at least managing to get a few cheeky points on board, scoring themselves the full 4 eliminations. But now, SKD all the way up to 8 elims. Essentially, 2 squads worth of players have fallen to their aggression, and we still have a few more to go. 6 other teams remain alongside them, and the zone still pretty wide open. So there's going to be a lot of opportunities for a lot of aggression now to start to find its way in. The Xavier are going to be the next few victims that we can see. Feeling that sting from the side of Blue Squad. Let's see whether or not Parajan can lock it in. Not yet, unfortunately. 2504 locking it up there. Nodzu reaching across the way. SKD coming in hot with the third party.
Absolutely, a third party on the fight of Team DX versus Team Blue Squad and Sakudai. They're trying to get those elimination numbers confirmed from themselves. They're scraping out all those points, and DX now it's a 3v2 situation, I believe, and Blue Squad will be dealt by Team Dingoes, and a charge in by Levi's will shut down the entire team. Now DX, they have to revive their teammate Sakudai. This is an opportunity. They can come in for another third party and scrape some more elimination points for what is going to be the plan of action. It seems like the entire plan of Team Sakadai is to go all in today. They just need those elimination points. They are hungry. They are charging in on every squad that they see. And once again, they are collecting themselves and they are pushing forward. Dingoes have to fall back. They need to move inside the zone. They cannot take this fight. It's a 3v4 situation. Sakadai, they already have the advantage. If they get the first knockout, it will be a 2v4 and they will be winning another elimination fight. But for now, they have 8 points in total. Will they be able to convert it into 11? Because there are 3 players in front of them and they are going all in. But on the other side, if you're talking to Picao, there are 3 teams: BTR, Going Donkeys, Team Sem9, and another 4th team that I saw who is also closing in. So yeah, this is the point of contention for now. But Dingoes, what's their plan? Are they falling back now that they have the zone for themselves? I think their entire focus is shifted from being very aggressive to be defensive, because they probably had the idea that Sakadai is in front of them, who is not gonna leave them. The dominance of Sakadai is definitely not gonna stop whatsoever.
Yeah, no, the Xavier have to go for a completely different strategy here because, as you've mentioned, right, Sekadai, they are running up that leaderboard. Pekka is going to get hit, though, as we can see Sem9 keeping their heads on the swivel. This is not a good spot for Sekadai out on the open. It is rather exposed position, as we can see them taking that approach. Tryout is going to be the next one to get knocked on down. Now, the reses are going to come through. BTR, though, they're going to keep the pressure on. As you can see, Kent cooking up the nades, looking for the opportunity, the angle. Are they going to overcook the nade? Oh, it gets so close, but at least managing to let it loose. Now, Haiku just there on the lower side, trying to just assess the situation, looking if there could potentially be some point of entry for BTR to maybe rush on towards them. But now, Sem9 pretty good here. Still paying very close attention to the hillsides. I thought for a second that the Xavier were going somewhere else, but it seems like they've all just rotated right back into Sekudai.
Oh my
as the
god.
Lamborghini is going to be picked on up here. Now, 1 player remains. It's going to be Levi holding steady to see if they can maybe still do a little bit of something here.
Absolutely. Seems like the romance between Team Dingoes and Sekudai, it's not over yet. And Team Sekudai, they will get 2 more elimination points. Probably one of them is stolen away, but yes, they're moving their elimination number marker from 8 to 9. And another player of Dingoes is also bleeding out, so it's just Levi's left behind to get those placement points. Probably he needs to pull those survival strats now, but he needs to be really careful. Circle is not looking very easy. BTR on another side, they confirm that they steal that elimination number, in fact, and Sakadai is not gonna be very happy. But I mean, they have a lot of elimination points already, so they can probably donate it to the lobby, and they will not even bother about it. Sakadai, they are playing so beautifully today, but the circle moves 1 step ahead, and once again it's going towards Pekao. This is going to be absolute chaos, absolute bloodbath over here. R3G, BTR, Wayne Donkeys, all the teams are coming in. Sakudai, now all the other teams who are trying to settle them down in Pekao area, they are doing a third party on this team, because Sakadai, their players were knocked out, and now they need to move forward, and they will deal with so many sprays. Let's see if they manage to find a spot inside the zone, because it is not looking easy for them. The entire zone is taken by all the teams. We have 5 spots in here, and Sakudai trying to move inside the zone, and unfortunately Sem9 will confirm another elimination point on them.
Yeah, that second eye now getting a little bit of what they've been dealing out, right? You gotta be able to take what you can dish, right? So
Yeah.
they went from a full squad down to a two-piece. However, they still have 9 eliminations to their name. The most aggressive team that we've been seeing so far in match number 1. Now it's gonna be Satria still trying to keep the torch lit here, right there on the front line. Haiku needs to be very, very cautious here because one moment where they slip on that focus, all the other teams behind them could just horn in and send them packing. But Himsan and Becca are going to be finding themselves in quite a bit of a predicament. If the zone shifts further to the western side, I'm not quite sure how Sekudai is going to be able to remain in this match any longer. But if it plays over to the eastern side, they could find themselves at least somewhat blessed to some extent, right? They'll be able to hold on for maybe that close to end game. Voin Donkey here also spotting out a bit of an opportunity here, just proving how challenging it is going to be for Sekudai to find a successful rotation. But I mean, Void Donkey, they've been doing good so far, right? 4 eliminations up, currently holding on to 19th position, essentially leading the charge for Group C.
I mean, yeah, Team Wine Donkeys, they are playing brilliantly. But on the other side, if you talk about R3G, they have 18 points in 6 matches. I mean, they also need to convert this match. If you look towards all the other teams, they have some. BTR has 1, and the other teams, they have probably 3, 4, and 6 elimination points. But if you look towards R3G, they have 0 elimination point in the backpack. So they need to move, a little bit ahead from the other teams. They need to charge in. They need to get those elimination numbers going. And starting from this fight where Team R3 will probably be facing Wine Donkeys, but if Circle move towards Team SKT, it will definitely leave Team R3G. And this is exactly what happens, but not with R3G. But with Team VD, now VD have to charge and they are not inside the zone. On one side, it's R3G who's going to gatekeep them, and on another, it's Team BTR, I believe, not BTR, it's Sem9 who's going to gatekeep them. So it's getting a bit more challenging for Team Wine Donkeys because they need to move inside the zone. But Sakadai, yes, I think the players of Team Sakadai, they are already inside the zone, or probably they have to move a little bit forward. Sem9, they have such a great angle for themselves. They will probably try to scrape all those elimination points, but let's see what's gonna happen. For now, all the teams, they're trying to make, they're trying to spot the players one by one. They're not going all in. Sem9 will probably charge in on one team, and this time around, it's none other than Sekudai. Pekka gets dealt by Tryout with a beautiful grenade. Himson is the last man standing, who is also charging on Tryout, and Tryout will get both the elimination numbers confirmed, and it is over for Sakadai after 9 elimination points. After a great run, a dominating run, they are done and dusted for this match. But what a play by them. It deserves a lot of appreciation. But Sem9, after this beautiful fight, will they convert this match into their favor? Look at their elimination numbers. They also have 8 dominating points.
Yeah, I mean, Sem9 decided, you know what? If Sekudai can do it, we can also give it a bit of a swing. And so far, they've been doing a pretty good job. But you got to commend that rush coming through from Sekudai, trying to secure themselves a position into the zone. Now, I'm going to be looking up to that western side, right? With R3G, they are still yet to do a little bit of something here. We've not seen a single elimination being secured by them so far. They have a somewhat of a decent position over on towards that far edge. But again, right, if the zone decides to kind of play with them, it is going to result in quite a bit of chaos and carnage. You can see now a lot of movement coming through here. Bigatron by Vitality are going to look to hold steady, try to lock it down. We do see Voin Donkey also now joining in the zone. But there we have it. Kent has been spotted. Sem9 looking like they have their eyes set on absolute carnage here, securing yet another knockdown, not converting that into elimination just yet. But as they move up into the arena, there could be quite a bit of that yet to come on through. Let's see whether or not Sem9 can get the jump here. Bigatron by Vitality trying to keep it nice and steady. But it's interesting to see BTR having such a spread, right? Because their players are in different locations, so it is going to be quite difficult to contest against any of these major pushes coming through on towards them.
Absolutely, it's BTR versus R3G here, but BTR, they have their players spread all across the map, but for now, Team R3G, BTR deals with them. One of the players is knocked out and finished. And Voin Donkey, somehow they managed it. They decided to go all in towards the main building. And now BTR by Vitality, they were trying to revive their teammates. But Voin Donkeys, with such aggressive operation, you can't say things are not looking good for BTR. But yeah, Voin Donkeys, the entire plan was to get inside the circle, not go all in and get those elimination points confirmed. So BTR will be given a little bit of time to breathe in to revive their teammates. Semnan is also there. You gotta watch out those grenades. Voin Donkeys, look at them. They are in one side of the building from where they can definitely get a lot of damage if there is one or two grenades comes in. Voin Donkey is trying to clear all the angles, all the avenues, slowly and steadily going up from the ground floor to the first floor. They know that somebody is here, and this time around it's BTR that they have to face. But Rezak taking the charge, he's just pressing the W button and just going all in. But BTR, look at this crossfire setup. Rezak goes in, he goes down. BTR, Federal Ace, he gets dealt by Team Voin Donkeys, and Geister moves forward, finds Kent, and BTR is left with the last player now. Seems like the split is the reason why BTR is going to deal with the demise. But wait a second, Sam9 comes in, they charge all in. Satira confirms 1 point. Potato.
At Autobahn, we're all for the drivers. With deals like this Pioneer receiver with bonus reverse camera, only $449.99, and 30% off Maguire's Ultimate Compound to help you remove paint defects. Autobahn. All for the drivers.
Strategies here, but now. Oh yeah, Sim9 hitting the double-digit elim count. Absolutely crazy play. BTR down to a solo. Xavier still in this match, holding nice and steady, but down they go. As, well, the timer runs out for them. Somehow, Regicide still in this, right? They've got 2 players up, 1 elimination to their name. Good to see that the points are starting to trickle on in here. But who's going to be the one to get that winner chicken dinner? Of course, all the teams that we have currently left in this lobby are all from Group B. So we can see Group B mean business. Look at that. Sam9 finding Roshan. Down they go. This could spell disaster now for Regicide. As there's 1 solo remaining. A beautiful play coming through here from Tryout as they move up so effortlessly.
Oh my god, 12 elimination numbers in the backpack of Sem9. They definitely mean business, but now it's a 1v2 situation. Look at this angle by BTR's player. I'm not sure that Sem9 is gonna, they will realize where this player is. No one can anticipate where this player is trying to, spray them down from. But I think the unlucky factor is that BTR, they do not have the zone. They need to move forward. It's the end of the zone, and BTR, the elevation is there, but definitely the zone is not there. On the other side, Sem9, they have every kind of possible advantage. They have 12 elimination point. They have that momentum that they need to get things going. They need the second inner, and now they know the position of the last player of BTR. They're going all in. A Molotov comes in. A grenade is also here, but look at the BTR's player. He was literally on fire, and what this Sam9 confirms the second inner with 13 points. What a brilliant match. 23 points to the points table added by this team, and Sam9, they are playing so brilliantly.
I mean, there's not much that you can say to fault what Sam9 has done there. I mean, they're playing a very similar game to what we saw happen yesterday, right? Yesterday, of course, we did see quite a bit of aggression being showcased, but Sam9, they were a little bit more dormant, right? Glue Squad yesterday were doing what Sam9 did in this first match here today, so absolutely loving it for them. But no surprise, because if we look at our last match that we had on Airing Gale yesterday, Sam9 rose to the occasion. Of course, they got that winner chicken dinner with 7 eliminations. Today, for match number 1, they come in clutch again, showing that they can capitalize on a back-to-back performance. This time, going over and above, almost hitting double the elimination count that they had. But look at this. Tryout is going to be our MVP for the match. 8 eliminations and only 642 damage. So what that tells me is that Tryout has been cleaning up a few players as they were super low on HP, just sealing a few eliminations for the squad. And Sam9, I'm pretty sure, are quite happy about that.
I mean, they are happy about it. Tryout was landing all the final bullets on his opponents, and that's how he managed to convert an elimination point with just 642 damage. But I think Sem9 they do not care about this. Yesterday they had a decent day. They had 37 points in 6 matches, and now coming all in and getting probably 25 more than 25 points in the first match. This is something brilliant by them. But the domination started with the fight of Team SKD. I mean, Sekodai, when they eliminated them, there was something in Team SKD that got onto Team 7-9. And after that, the way they did third party on every other team, the way they pushed on BTR, that was also brilliant. But yeah, the points table is there, 23 points into the points table by Team 7-9. And on the other side, BTR with 11 points and Sekodai with 9 elimination points. So a brilliant game, a good game coming in by BTR, Sam9, and Sakudai. But Wine Donkeys, they also had 9 points, which is also a very good number.
Yeah, I think Sekadai passed a little bit of that aggression over to Sem9 somewhere along the way, right? They threw the torch over as like, tag, you're it, it's your turn. Show us what you can bring on through. And a phenomenal performance coming in from quite a few squads here. I mean, look at the eliminations, right? Clue Squad coming through with 6, Void Donkey with 6, Bigatron by Vitality landing 5, SKD going over and above with the 9, but Sem9 making us absolutely smile. I like what R3G also did, right? Managing to secure themselves at least those 6 points. Yes, most of that came through from placement points, but still managing to make it into those late stages is going to be quite beneficial here for them. But essentially, there's only one team that walked away with donuts, right? That is going to be Tribe Eremasi. They were taken down quite early on, so unfortunately, not being able to secure enough points. They, of course, did challenge with a little bit of that early game hard drop. So, it is a bit of a risky business either which way you look at it. But here we have it. Sem9 now flying up 4 positions all the way up into second place.
Absolutely, a brilliant run by them. But on the other side, Sakura is also coming in, with their elimination points. They are now on the sixth spot after 7 matches, 46 points. That's a decent number. But on the other side, BTR by Vitality, it was a good game by them as well. They had some good elimination points. They were unable to convert it into a chicken dinner, all because they were in a split. And that split is the reason why they lost their players. And uh, still they managed to get good elimination points, and now they jump 2 spots on towards that 8 now. Dingo's going down because they're not playing today. Okay, are they playing today? Yes, they are playing today. It's A6 Island, though they're giving for the first page that are not playing. But on the other side, if you talk about those teams who were playing their first match, one for one, A1 Esports, Nexury, Team Halal Exertion, it was not a good match for them because all the teams they had probably 0 or 1 point in the first match.
Yeah, it was quite a bit of a challenging play, but now we take a look at that second page. We can see Pubg Sports, as a result of the aggression, getting moved onto page number 2. Regicide, though, climbing up onto 14th position, so a decent move. Looking to see if there'll be more of that potentially to come for the rest of the day. And we're not going to be seeing too much of a change over on this page, right? Because all the other squads essentially coming through from group number C. Void Donkey, though, they are going to be sitting quite comfortably up in 19th position with the aggression that they showed in this last game. And then we have the rest of the spread, the rest of the lobby. But the place where you want to be, the lowest point that you want to reach, is where Void Donkey find themselves right now. Because any position lower than that will mean that there is not going to be any continuation for the remainder of the season. So come end of day, come end of tomorrow, it's going to be quite the big decisive play here. But speaking about decisive, look at our aggressors here. It's going to be Noel, Xbox, Lapar, and Rules still holding nice and steady. No change. However, we do see a few numbers increasing.
Absolutely. I guess Lapar is the player who, Xbox is the player who joined in because yesterday he was not here. One of the player from probably thought the gaming was here, and now the entry of Xbox, it definitely eliminates him from the top 4 numbers. But coming in with 13 elimination points and 10 knockouts, he is still far away from his own teammate because that guy has 17 knockouts. All the elimination numbers confirmed by Lapar in this match probably were knocked out by his or probably were damaged by his own teammate. But moving onwards, today's match, the first match was taken by Team 79. Now we're heading towards the second match, it's going to be Erangel. Once again, teams will be given a fair share of a time and everything. You have enough time to go towards your job, loot, and settle down. Then you can rotate easily. The first two zones will probably not going to be very tough, but yes, there's one thing that we need to focus in. This is the first Erangel match between Group B and Group C. So there are possible drop clashes that are going to happen. Even in this match, we saw some drop clashes. The teams were going all in. They were not shying away from, indulging and converting the fight into an absolute chaos. And I think 1-for-1 was one team who also indulged themselves into an early on fight, but they were unable to convert the match into a good match. Same goes with Team R3G. Yes, they were in the top five. They managed to rotate beautifully, but after that, they could not get their hands on elimination numbers, and that's something that Team R3G needs to work on.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that being quite evident yesterday, and especially looking at what we have on the, on the list for today, they're going to have to up the ante if they want to be one of the squads securing their position within at least that top 19. But the pressure is going to be on, as we know. The teams are not holding back at all, and I think Group C found out in somewhat of an unpleasant way that coming into the matches here today, they will have to bring their A game, because Group B, they are wrapping up their show here, so they mean business. They're gonna do everything and anything within their power. And Void Donkey, though, they know exactly how to do that, right? Coming through being the best performing team from that Group C side, so the expectation has definitely been set. Now, the rest of Group C, they will have to kind of meet that expectation. They will have to rise to the occasion if they want to be in contention. But I'm excited to see exactly how that is going to be panning out, because Group B with SKD and Sem9 in there, I mean, they are going to be absolute menaces out on the battlefield today.
How can we forget Glue Squad? I mean, they did not get a
Yes.
very good match in the previous one, but if they get things going, if they get momentum somehow, yesterday it was their match. They had 77 total points, and that was a brilliant number. So, Sem9, SKD, and Team Glue Squad. When these three teams get things going, it's going to be very difficult for 1-for-1 A1 team, Nix Ori, and Halal Exertion, because these teams, they were unable to get any good points in the last match. Side by side, yes, Boyne Donkeys is also going all in. They're getting some elimination points, and we know this team. They have played brilliantly in PMSL Central and South Asia previously, and they showed everyone that the rotation is on point. They have some aggressive players in their team who love to go all in, get elimination points confirmed. So probably if these teams get things going, then it will be very difficult for all the other teams. And side by side, R3G, it's their last 6 matches now, last 5 matches. They need to focus. They need to focus and get some good matches, maybe 15 or 20 point matches, at least 2 matches, because the cutoff point is definitely going to be somewhere around 65 to 70, and they need to have 70 points at least.
Well, there's only going to be one way for them to accomplish that goal, right? They're going to have to step up the overall performance here. So I'm excited to see whether or not they'll be able to capitalize on that. Right, 6 matches, 6 points starting off the day. Not the worst place that you could be in, but as you've mentioned, they need a lot more than that. So the pressure is going to be on them. But yeah, I'm going to be looking to see what Group B will.
Mornings can be full on. If you're looking for some extra energy to kickstart the day, try Blackmore's Energy B12 Wrappy Melts. High potency, great tasting, and try Blackmore's.
We're going to get ourselves ready for that second match, so we should be moving into a break pretty soon. Just got to check with production if that is where we're going, or what's the plan here. Production? Hello? What's the plan here? All right, so seems like we're not going to be taking a break. We are going to be heading straight into game number next. As you've already said, Aladdin, we are heading straight over into Erangel. Now, so this is where I want to ask you a question, Aladdin. Who do you think is going to be the team to step it up, right? So we've seen, obviously, who chose aggression in the first game, but out of the teams that have not yet responded, who do you think is going to be the most likely contender to do exactly that?
Well, my answer is a team that you are probably not going to agree with. It's Tingos that I think will play aggressive, because I've seen this team playing so aggressive in the international stages. I've seen this team dominating, but now that they have pressure on them, now that they know that it's important, it's their last 5 matches to you can say that Team R3G and Dingoes, they have quite the same performance, because Team R3G, they started their day with a bad performance. Dingoes, they did start their day with a good performance. They had 14 elimination number matches today on the map of Miramar, but now that they lost their first match, now they did not manage to get good points in the first match. I'm hoping that Erangel will be that match where Team Dingoes will start their thing going, and they will try to get at least 15 to 20 points in this match.
Well, that's an interesting perspective, right? D. Xavier. Well, I'm going to be looking to see if they'll meet your expectation moving into our next match. But yeah, if I have to answer my own question, I don't really know. I can tell you who I'd like to see step it up, right? I would include the players from Nexury in that, because in the previous season they were quite a bit of a force there. And then, of course, I would like to see Talon also just show us what they've got, because, you know, Talon also one of the teams coming through from the previous season, and we know that they do have, you know, a little bit more experience stepping outside as well. So from my side, I would say it's going to be those two squads to see how they're going to be looking to kind of respond to what is happening here. The pressure is going to be on, as we've seen. That is going to be obvious. We don't have to discuss that in great length, because, you know, I think just the region as a whole, they just get right down to business. They try and rush it as much as they can. And the funny thing is that we saw in the previous season, that kind of just emphasizes the point, is by the third phase, in one of the matches that we saw last year, there was only 3 teams left in the previous season, right?
Absolutely.
Three
Well,
players.
oh, okay. Now that we're talking about the teams, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now that we're talking about the teams who will probably try and get the second match in their favor, I think there's one more name that I want to highlight. In the previous match, they lost their early on drop clash, and that was Team Triber Messi that we saw playing yesterday as well. It's their last 5 matches too, and they also need to step up big time. So probably another team who will try to go all in, try to lock in, try to get good elimination numbers, and side by side they need to convert at least one match into a chicken dinner. Because Triber Messi, if you look towards the points table, they are not on a very decent or on a very good spot. It is easy for Team Glue Squad. It is easy for Team, let's just say T2K, to qualify for the next stage, and that's something that everybody is focusing on, because they want to qualify, they want to fight for the prize pool, and side by side that the glory that comes with it. But I think if you talk about the Triber or Messi, they are not on a very decent spot, and they also need a good match alongside some other names like RRQ. In the last match, RRQ was going all in. They were getting some elimination points, but unfortunately, they faced a BTR in a fight where they got eliminated.
I think that's kind of the interesting thing here is, you know, you have to risk at least a little bit of something, right? Because I think if you play a super passive approach here, you're not going to be finding the kind of angles that you need to play through to secure those much needed points. I mean, I think Regicide is a good example of that, right? They were playing a somewhat passive approach here, not getting too aggressive, instead focusing on positioning, trying to get themselves into those later games, trying to see just how they can survive. And sure, that's a good strategy, but you have to add aggression on top of playing that zone positioning, right? You're going to have to try and see, right, can you play a few additional angles? Can you try and leverage that? Because if you don't, there are going to be so many other teams that will look to do that with a smile on their face, and they are going to be moving through to that next phase. So Regicide, at least for the time being, as we saw, right, they are situated up in 14th position, so they are okay for now. I won't say they're safe, but they're okay for now. They're going to have to double down on the efforts if they want to ensure that continuity, right? If they want to make sure that they make it through into either the grand finals or make it up into the last chance, because I'm pretty sure once we get into last chance, it's going to get pretty hairy and quite scary. And speaking about hairy and scary, it is time for game number 2 as we move on in here. Erangel, we are going to be starting the flight path all the way up into Stelba. I think moving down into the military island, that's an interesting region to move towards.
Well, if Circle goes towards Military Island, it is going to be one of those insane circles that teams would not like to play. But talking about the flight part, yes, it slices the map from the center, almost the center. You can say it's a 45 or 40, 60 split out there. But on the other side, teams are taking that dispersion. It's not going to be difficult to go towards their drop spots. Yes, if somebody wants to go towards Georgia Pool, things are going to look difficult for them. But alongside Georgia Pool, I think there is no other spot. Probably the Cody Western side, where some teams they do like to go there, but I don't think now that all the other areas are in place, somebody will try and go there. Severny is open. T2K is going there. I think it's T2K. Yeah, they are going there. But on the other side, Sem9. And they have a neighbor, they have somebody close by. This time around, it's AST, Tribor Messi versus T2K. That's a possible contention that we're looking for. And side by side, if we look towards Rozok, there are two teams who are also going towards that area. R3G, they love to go there, but they will probably go towards Georgia North side. They have multiple drops, and they know whenever somebody tries to go towards one of their drop, they instantly change their rotation and go towards the other, and that's the beauty of it. But wait a second, Glue Squad versus R3G, the fight to get the vehicle, the fight of the garage is there, and R3G, they are so good with the knives. I'm not sure if they're good with guns or not, but yes, they are good with the knives, and they managed to get 4 elimination points on the table. Toppers, Blue Squad gets eliminated.
I mean, it's good, right? R3G coming in right out of the gate. We were just talking about them saying that they need to step it up, and I think that is they heard us in some miraculous way. So, happy for them. 4 eliminations up, taking out the team currently set right at the top of the leaderboard. But now it's going to be that opportunity for A1 Esports to show us what they've got, right? Are they going to come in? Will they get right down to business? Where are these rotations going to take them? Because realistically, looking at it, they had a pretty decent setup, right? Landing right in the center of the zone. And as we know, the rest of the teams are predominantly more towards that eastern side. So the pressure is going to be on Netsuri. Also now the next one to try and step it up as they come rushing in with a third party on R3G. We were just saying how well R3G were doing, and now they find themselves in a bit of a sticky situation. Well played on X-Ray. I like this, right? Early game aggression, surprises, and so many different things coming in right here in game number 2. I think this is going to be quite an exciting match.
I'm pretty sure that it was not planned by Team R3G. That's something that just happened, and they utilized it. They got 4 elimination points, and then lost 2 players as well, which is not ideal. I mean, they were probably thinking that we will go towards a 10 to 15 elimination match now, but then they faced another team on the way. But Halal Exertion, they are indulging themselves into an early on fight. Not just one, but 3 teams are here in total. You can see 1-for-1 right here. K2 is going for that vehicle. He's trying to recover that vehicle for a late rotation. And on the other side, Sakudai is also there. We know that Sakudai already have that momentum that they need to win any fight. But Halal Exertion, look at them. They're just trying to wrap around both the teams. Maybe Sakudai have no clue. They have no idea that Halal Exertion is there. And side by side, 1-for-1, they also have no idea about the players of Team Halal Exertion. But they gotta watch out. K2 also plays himself behind that fence, and probably Halal Exertion has also no clue about the position of K2.
But I'm curious to see whether or not Halal Exertion are going to look to maybe jump in onto 1-for-1. I mean, definitely looks like that is going to be their play here. For a moment, I thought they were going to try and see if they could maybe get around this whole area. But yeah, for Hitman, I'm hoping that they stay true to their name, they move on forward, and they take a few players alongside that. But now it's going to be that play for 1-for-1, steps up, the shot is in. Hitman gets their first point on board already. 3 eliminations now for the side here of Halal Exertion. Let's see what SKD are going to be bringing on in. Definitely coming in with a beautiful surprise position here. Quite a bit of damage already getting down into the side of their players. But now Becca quickly just repositioning. Natsu just on the edge. They're also going to be looking for a little bit of that continuity. But Mad Cat, yeah, gotta like this angle. Could be quite favorable for them.
Absolutely, multiple fights are happening in the goal feed. It's Bandit versus DX, Wine Donkeys versus Team Tribal Messi, and now Sakadai versus Halal Exertion. 6 to 7 teams are fighting up against each other, and this clearly tells us that everybody wants to get their hands on those elimination points. But wait a second, look at this. The player of Team Halal Exertion trying to make his way inside the zone, probably with the cycle, with the bicycle. But Sakadai, you gotta watch out. The player's on low HP. Sakadai, the grenade comes in, but Becca takes Matka down, and they are starting to get some elimination numbers as well. But on the other side, AST, they wins their fight up against Team Wine Donkeys, another team who started their first day, their first 2 matches, and this time around the deals with Team Tribal Messi and Gyante will be revived, and now Tribal Messi off to an amazing start. But on the other side, Sakodai, yes, they have one elimination point. They lost one player, but if you compare them with their opponent, another team who is also there, that is Team Halal Exertion. Yes, we can say that Halal Exertion.
Discover everything you need to know about a rewarding career in nursing at TAFE Queensland's Nursing Information Session. Hear from industry experts and explore your study options. When you follow your passion, you define your greatness. Register your interest today.
For the elimination numbers that you confirmed, but Sakadai, is this going to be another match where they will go for more elimination points? Because in the last match they had 9 points, this time around only one. But I think this team is not going to settle in with just 1 point. They have a plan, and that plan clearly tells us that they want elimination points. They want to go all in.
Yep, they are pushing themselves as hard as they can. Speaking about pushing, though, we could see a bit of a push coming through here between DX Xavier and Bigatron by Vitality. Both sides now just, enjoying the sunlight a little bit. Just a big old chillin' over here. Now Talon, though, getting right down to business. As we also then say goodbye to another squad, right? Halal getting taken on down. Talon have Voin Donkey right ahead of them. No, that's not Voin Donkey. That's another squad rotating in here. Let's see where these plays are going to be going. Ooh, a little bit of a reach here over the top side. A quick rush coming through as Talon are going to be looking to close this one up. The pressure is there. They push on forward. Shields tries to get the shot, but instead gets dropped on down. Now it's going to be Viper looking to double on down. Talon, get out. Off they go. And Viper, though, 4 eliminations up. But one thing that I'm noticing here is all the teams that get a squad wipe, they all pay the price. They all lose at least one player along the way.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the beauty of this competition. You cannot eliminate someone, you cannot disrespect someone without losing one of your players. But wait a second, AST, they're gonna do that. They did not pay the price of getting 4 elimination points, and this time around they confirmed the last man standing. And you can say that Tribal Messi, that's the kind of match that they needed, and they were looking for it from the previous 3 to 4 matches. Finally getting first fight in their favor. And but look at the circle, although Tribal Messi was on the northern side, so far away from the zone, but they have enough time to move in. And even in the circle there is a point of contention, that is around team the Pachinki side, where Team Dingos is fighting with Team T2K, and A1 is also there. So I think teams are they're preferring the aggression. Everybody wants to go all in. Everybody wants to get their hands or their fair share on in elimination numbers. But look at the southern side. Sem9 gatekeeping team Sakurai. That's another fight that's gonna happen in a few minutes.
Yeah, pressure is definitely starting to build on through. You don't want to gatekeep unnecessarily, but Sem9, they show that they can hold their own. So the bridge play could be quite an interesting one, but they're going to have to get all 4 players there. As we can see, Fire Red now starting to rotate up, looking to do exactly that, making sure that they are pretty solid right then and there. T2K, though, with a nice position up towards the north. No one really contesting their position, at least not for the time being, but we still have 2 squads that are yet to rotate up, right? That is going to be Nexury, as well as the players then from R3G. So there could be a little bit of that heat looking to spill over on towards them. For the meantime, it is going to be BTR and DX Xavier not soaking up sunlight anymore as they look to get down to business. But DX Xavier, they've left Parisian up on the front line. Lamborghini, unfortunately, is going to be AFK. Oh, there we go. Back they come. Now, Levi and Lamborghini need to bring that reinforcement, right? They need to go back up Parisian, because Parisian is looking for trouble.
Well, absolutely, they need to help their teammate, but on the other side, it's RRQ that is also forcing themselves into a rotational fight. They have some great vehicles. If we talk about a couple of O's, he has a hoverboard, and we all know that this vehicle comes in play in the last zones, and you kind of get inevitable with this vehicle. But wait a second, Lafar is going all in on 1-for-1, and Voltrix takes a lot of damage, but still he is not knocked out. Once again, RRQ trying to go all in, but Voltrix, if he goes towards any other team, goes in front any other player, the HP that he has will definitely not be enough for him to stay alive. So he gotta watch out, he gotta stay, he gotta stop and heal himself. But on the other side, some of the players of Dingos are AFK. I mean, I predicted this team that they will get this chicken dinner, they will get their comeback match, but losing one player and then one of the player is going away from the keyboard, these are the things, these are the factors that are not going to help this team. But yes, they have 4 elimination points. Yes, they did get a good start, but the cost curse is definitely going to be there. And whenever we pick some team, I don't know, somehow that team gets eliminated, or maybe the players the players go offline, the worst case scenario. But for YLC, another team who's trying to stay away from all the trouble, they just want to stay alive. That's something that Team R3 is also doing. But you need to get those elimination points as well. Only placement points will not place you on a very good spot unless you manage to get you manage to stay alive for at least 4 to 5 matches. You manage to get placement points of top 3 spots. But let's see what is the plan of 4LC. On the other side, RRQ, they are playing a bit more passive in this match.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see that RRQ are still over on the edge of zone, right? I mean, they were on the edge of the second phase. Now, come phase 3, they are still pretty much just hugging the edge of zone. So, yeah, that is indicative of a little bit more of a cautious approach here. Lapardo could be looking to lock in an easy clap there at the expense of Lamborghini. I'm not quite seeing the rest of the team there from DX Xavier really looking to ensure their safety. But up comes the play now as RRQ look to establish themselves right here up into Pachinki. The feed again going crazy there as R3G takes down Sekudai. Right, there we go. So R3G showing that they are still in it. They are going to be looking to bring in a little bit of that heat. 6 eliminations already. Yeps, they have only 2 players left. But boy, have they been doing quite a bit of work here.
6 elimination numbers. I think it's high time that R3 realizes that they need to get things going like this. But unfortunately, they lost 2 players in the process. And now things are looking a bit more difficult for them. But on the other side, it's A1 versus R3G, a long-range fight where nobody can, even if you take one player down, you cannot push, you cannot go all in, because you know that you got company all across. But wait a second, Troy Messi getting into a fight where Gyante moves forward with the shotgun in his hand, takes one player down and confirms his elimination points. But you gotta watch out, the other players of Team Nix, they are also close by, and they will also look for that knockout. But getting 6 elimination points without losing one player, that is brilliant by Triber Messi. But look at the kill feed. RRQ, they paid the price, and Dingos went all in with 2 players. It was a 2v4 situation. Levi's, it was probably a 1v3 by this lad. Lamborghini took 1 down. Levi took 3, and RRQ, they get eliminated.
I mean, DX Xavier can kind of brag about that, right? Because, I mean, Lamborghini was AFK for a good while. So, still managing to defend Pachinki with an AFK player that still steps up every now and again and gets the plays. Yeah, that is a very impressive thing that DX Xavier can say right here. But they're not going to be out of the woods just yet. There is another team pushing up from that southern side, as we can see in the mini-map. So whatever DX Xavier does here, they need to be very, very cautious. Already spotting out the angles. Lamborghini getting right down to business. Trying to reclaim a little bit of that territory as the zone is going to be shifting ever so slightly over towards that western side here for YLC. Being a nice spread out angle. Ooh, curious to see what is going to come through from Pin. Now just held up in that vehicle for YLC, looking to rotate on up. Is that Zara or Zoro up on the hill? Well, we'll find out soon. But now Gyante from Tribe Aramacy looking to cook up a few nades as they send it across the way looking to pick up the sprays. The points are there. The connections are being made. Gokubot quickly just trying to fall back. Lord and Talha also just getting the heck out of dodge. And I think that's a good goal, but Tribermacy have other plans for them. As Lord gets whipped out of their vehicle. Yante on an absolute rampage. 5 eliminations. Tribermacy eventually deciding to wake up.
I mean, they are going through every team out there. Triber Messi, they're just going all in, and 7 elimination points without getting a single player eliminated. That is brilliant by Team Triber Messi. Although the approach by Team Viperix Knockout was also impressive, it was also commendable. They tried to avoid a fight outside the blue zone. They knew that rotation is more important than taking a fight in such situation, but even after that, they had to pay the price. They had to pay the toll. They were trying to rotate, but AST Kante coming in with a beautiful spray. He took one player down and eliminated him as soon as he can. But on the other side, talking about the church fight, Pochinki is the hot drop area. It's BDR versus Dingoes. I think it's the last 2 player, or probably the last player of Dingo. So he's here, Lamborghini going all in towards the church area. But Federal Ace, he's taking that 1v1 fight. He was trying to spot the player, and Lamborghini, he got spotted. He got damaged a lot. Now he's trying to hit himself. Federal Ace pushing all in. He does not have any idea where Lamborghini is. Now he knows the cavalry is also there. Dingoes, the last man standing, Levi's, was also trying to help his teammate, but BDR will confirm all these elimination points. And once again, another good match from the side of Team BDR. Now they have 3 elimination points. They have the zone for them, but they gotta watch out because they also had to pay the price for these 2 elimination points, because Viperix Knockout, they managed to knock one down and eliminate as well. BDR is down to the last 3 players, but they have 3 elimination points. Wait a second, will they face the annihilation of Triber Messi? Because they are getting close, and they're also trying to focus, or probably if they get a knockout, they will go all in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good play coming through here from Tribermacy. BTR feeling quite confident with that quick play that they got, securing themselves a few additional points. But now Kent is going to be tempting fate, just trying to scout it out here on the edge, trying to get a good read as to where Tribermacy is. But you got to watch out, because with Yante and the rest of the crew here, they are going to mean business. Optimus now having a decent position, a little bit of high ground coverage. What will the rest of BTR do? Is they start to let a few of those nades loose, looking to push back, and so far it does seem to be paying off. Tribermacy not getting a successfully clear approach here, but there we go, taking a quick look at that zone spread as well. It is still pretty challenging. Federales also just quickly retreating back into safety. But now the question comes here, Aladdin, who is going to try and take up the prime real estate? Because I think, especially looking at this church, right, this is a pretty decent spot within the zone, especially with it being over on that eastern side of the zone itself. Who is going to try and take up the prime?
Well, for now, the zone is shifted.
As a professional tradie, you know getting the job right starts with getting the right tools. Which
get difficult. It's gonna get messy. Zone is moving towards the open area, and look at Team Nexory. They have a good spot, they have a good edge, but unfortunately they do not have the man advantage to play here. Although whenever you play on the edges, you have a chance of getting more elimination numbers, but Nexory, they do not have the man advantage that they need. But on the other side, if we talk about T2K, yes, they have 2 elimination points, but once again, another team who is surviving with the last 2 players. The man advantage is definitely with Team BTR. They have the 3 players. Apart from BTR, I think every other team, they have 2 players. There are 7 duos. 7 duos. I think I'm seeing this for the very first time. 7 duos playing in the last 3 stages, where we have only 1 team with 3 players, and that too is BTR. But our 3G new player coming all in. This time around, he finds M9, takes him down, and trying to get that elimination point. And R3G Roshan finds another player. 8 elimination points by R3G. And let's just not forget, when they had 4 elimination points, they lost 2 players. And once again, another duo is going all in on R3G. And will they be able to convert this fight in their favor or not? New player comes in with a beautiful grenade. He finds one player. Once again, it's a 1v2. This time around, Rowdy is going all in with a Molotov in his hands. Abilities are going back and forth, and R3G is still surviving. But new player with this beautiful grenade eliminates another player. This is abomination, absolute domination by R3G. I mean, in the last few games, they had 4 players, but they were unable to get elimination points. Now that they had two, now that when they had 2 players, they managed to get 10 elimination points. This is absolute chaotic. But look at Nextory. Look at this duo. They are going for a fight with R3G.
Well, it seems like R3G has definitely pulled their socks up. You know, maybe that's the thing. Maybe they need to start the match with 2 players and they will walk away with a potential winner chicken dinner. But now Roshan trying to lock it down. He gets 2 more eliminations. I mean, what is cooking? R3G coming out of nowhere like a phoenix rising from the ashes. R3G, Regicide, going to town on the lobby. New player and Roshan absolutely dominating so far, leading the charge. I mean, they are the most aggressive team this round. 12 eliminations, and they've got a duo, right? That's it. There's 3 other pairs of duos left to contest them, and so if the rest of the lobby knows what's coming, they would just go like, you know what, it's fine. R3G, yeah, please don't.
Seems like it's a duo tournament that we are witnessing here, but R3G, this duo domination, this is brilliant, this is impressive. But on the other side, I guess somebody tried to spot the players of R3G. Look at the HP of one player. It's going down to the 5%, but it's Viper X knockout versus Triver Messi here. Triver Messi, 7 elimination points. The good thing is that they have Kyante, who is another aggressive lad out there. GokuBot waiting with grenades, and he knows that somebody's gonna peek from those smokes, and GokuBot comes all in with a beautiful grenade. It's a 1v2 situation. Tricks, he needs to pull those tricks out there that he has, but for now it's a 1v2. GokuBot once again pushes all in. We know that this guy has insane gunfire in close ranges, but Trex will find Tala and he will knock and finish him. But wait a second, BDR also joins the party. GokuBot, he damages Trex. Look at the HP of Trex. He is on that 1% health, but GokuBot, from one side he faces some utilities, and on the other it's Trex with the shotgun. He needs to survive in all this fight, but BTR, the realization and the slamming by Team BTR, that was on time. But if they leave this compound, if they get out, and if they try to go all in, they gotta watch out, because R3G, Roshan, is also there, and he is ready with the sprays, he's ready with his gun, and whenever he spots someone, he will definitely go all in, because that's the entire plan of R3G. They just need to maximize their elimination points, and look at the split, that beautiful spread. They're wrapping around the players of BTR. Whoever comes outside, whoever lives this compound, will face the domination of R3G.
I mean, it's almost like R3G was a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? Because they played it so cautious in the previous few matches. Oh, Optimus, though, finds Gokubon down to the final 3, but R3G,
Gotta watch out.
they could look it all out here. Now it is a 2v2 for the winner. What a chicken did a Tribermacy are going to be sent out of here with 8 eliminations to their name. BTR also currently sitting with 8. And between these two squads, they've taken down 5 teams, right? 20 eliminations between the final 2 duos that we have here. Well, let's see who is going to be the one to walk away victorious. Will it be Bigatron by Vitality, or will it be Regicide? It could swing either which way, because both of these teams have brought their A game to the second match of day number 2. BTR, so close. They have good coverage here, but it's all going to rely on what this next zone is going to be bringing in. Will it move away from the compounds, or will it focus in on it? Optimus, though, getting a little bit more mobile. The drop coming down there to provide an extra layer of coverage now for new player, but that is BTR hopping into the vehicles. They going for an aggressive approach. They're going to be rushing right onto the side here, greater side. Oh,
my God.
Roshan picks up one. They could lock in the final play. This could be the end of the road for BTR. Federales now going to be looking to see if there's another way to escape, because this whole strategy just got turned on its head. This could be the game for R3G to come in clutch, to walk away as the victors. Roshan now trying to double down, going for the vehicle finish. There we go. The confirmation is in. 13 eliminations. R3G could look to clutch it. 14 could be the tally. 24 points could be theirs. But now, BTR, Federales, the only player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely, but Federales, he has the heighted angle for himself. If R3G makes a mistake, they will be deal with the chaos. They will be deal with the dominance. Absolutely, but Federales barely escaped us. He barely survived this spray, and Federales once again trying to surprise his opponents. Although it's a 1v2 situation, but still, your opponent has a gun in his hand, and those bullets, they can also damage you. You gotta watch out. You cannot make a mistake. It's BDR that we're talking about. For R3G, well, they confirmed their domination with this chicken dinner. They needed it. It was a much needed match for this team. Before this match, maybe their total points were 23, and now they will, if they get a chicken dinner, they will confirm 25 points or 24 points after eliminating Federales. So yeah, it's a very important match. You gotta confirm these 5 points, 1 elimination and 4 placing points. If you get the chicken dinner, if you miss it somehow, you will miss on those points. So R3G, they need every bit of it. Federales coming in with a beautiful grenade, and the new player, oh my God, he was walking into it. He was walking into that grenade, but he survived. The luck was in his favor. Once again, R3G is not giving any play area to Federales, and they're also charging in with some beautiful grenades, and this back and forth trade of grenade will not damage anyone. Once again, Roshan, he faces another grenade, but it just went away. It was a firecracker. Roshan taking the leap of faith, giving away the position to his teammate that was needed. New player. Now he realizes that he has damaged Federales. He does not want this player to give his elimination point to the zone, and BTR gets eliminated. Team R3G with the 14 elimination number, Shikandina. What a match by these players. And how can we forget that when this team had 4 eliminations, they had only 2 players. So you can say it was a 2v4 situation, and R3G managed to get 10 elimination points in this.
You know what's crazy, right? Rage's side just doubled their points, right? They came into the match with 22. Now they have 23. You know what's crazy, right? Insane. 24. Yeah, they went more than double, right? So an absolutely amazing play. Well, 23 is also more than 22. Either which way, phenomenal performance here from the side of Rage's side. I think it is fair to assume, right, that if they have a duo setup, they don't feel too comfortable. Give them if they have a full squad, they don't feel too comfortable. Give them a duo where they're gonna go like, you know what, we've got this. Roshan coming in absolute clutch, playing a beautiful bit of PUBG here. We just gotta love it. New player also gotta commend them, because the pairing here with Roshan was just absolutely phenomenal, and R3G just doing insane work. Gotta love it. 1,045 damage being secured by Roshan themselves. So yeah, I like this. This is what I love to see. A team coming from nowhere, sitting all the way in 14th position, and then just deciding, you know what, it's time. It's about time. Let's just show the lobby what we've got.
Absolutely, and Roshan, he did not hesitate to show. God, the domination was definitely there from R3G. Points in total, but BTR by Vitality. Another good match by this team as well. 14 total points, 8 eliminations. Yes, they were playing decent previously, and now with the addition of 40 more points, I think their placement on the points table will definitely improve. Trevor Messi, this was supposed to be their game. If we talk about the teams who started this game with the domination, that was definitely Trevor Messi, because they had 7 elimination points and 4 men standing. But after that, they confirmed only 1 more elimination, and they lost all their players. Viperix Knockout from Pakistani side, yes, they also started this game with a bit of domination, but they ended their match with only 10 points, which is a good number. I mean, 8, 7, 10, that's a good number. 13 or 14, that's insane. And 24, that is crazy. But yeah, Dingles, another good match because they have 7 elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, by Bigatron by Vitality, right? They've been super consistent in these last two matches, right? Both matches ending on second place with regards to the match rankings itself. So it definitely shows that consistency, and as a result, they've moved up 4 slots in just this match. So it is looking pretty good over on the side here of Bigatron by Vitality. Gotta love these plays. D Xavier also right there, making 2 slot jump, but Regicide climbing up 5 positions all the way up into ninth. Now sitting on a very comfortable 46 points. Insane business. But we love it, right? It is amazing. I want to see more of that. And if we take a look on the second page, Tribe Eremacy also waking up. I love this for them. But I want to see more, right? I want to see more of this performance. Tribe Eremacy definitely have the potential to secure themselves quite confidently on that first page.
Yeah, I mean, Travis Messi, they showed their potential in the first few fights, and I think they need to just get that momentum in the next few matches as well. They need to translate the momentum into some. Plus officials, another team is not playing. Vampire is also not playing. So yeah, on this page we have a few teams who are not playing, but Viper is X knockout. After 2 matches, they have 14 points. The average of 7 is also a decent average, but they need to, you know, pace up a little bit. They need to get a 15 or 20 points match to end this day on a good note. But we have 4 matches, so it's a long way to go. Moving onwards towards the fourth page, it's DRS starting on the 19th. Another team who is not gonna play today. Wayne Donkeys, after their first 2 matches, they have 9 points. They only managed to get 2 points in this match, or maybe they got nothing in this match. Wait.
Yep. They got donuts. They got a lovely bag of donuts in this game. So all those points that we can see there is pretty much, well, for Void Donkey, is from the previous matches of the day. But speaking of which, here we have it. Sem9 coming in clutch on that first match. R3G taking the heat in game number 2. Gotta love it, though, right? I mean, would you that RCG we're gonna pull a move like they just did? If you ask me, I would say for sure not, right? Based on the performances that we've seen yesterday. But this was a beautiful, beautiful surprise that comes through from them. So, yep, excited to see what game 3 will hold for us. And on that one, of course, we are gonna be hopping into a break while we get ready for our second Miramar of the day. Stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a short few. Yep, excited to see what Welcome back to yet another potential crazy match. The first two games, yeah, going very unexpectedly, but awesome all at the same time. R3G coming in clutch in the last match, getting that a winner chicken dinner. We would not have guessed that to be the case here, but Aladdin, it seems like these teams are going to be looking to surprise us, hopefully for the remainder of the day.
Well, now that the teams are getting their momentum going, specifically R3, the team bottom of the points table, I think it's high time that we get ready for some intense action-packed matches because yes, Blue squads they did not get comfortable in the previous two matches, which clearly tells us that teams are not allowing them to, go through the same domination that they did yesterday. And on the other side, R3G stepping up big time, BTR with their consistency, they're also challenging all the other teams. And once again, Triber or Messi, they also stepped up big time in this match and they also confirmed some elimination points. So get ready because the action is going to get more intense.
Yep, of course, we are going to be heading straight back into Miramar to see who is going to be the next one to try and rise up and surprise us with a few exciting performances. We're yet to see the rest of Group C really bring their A game into the day here, right? I mean, they've been trying, but with varying levels of success, of course, coming through from that. But we are going to be stepping into the action right here. Viper Esports, though, they popped off in the last game, securing themselves those glorious 10 points. So definitely looking to set a bit of a standard here. But now it's going to be on, right? The flight path up towards the north, so it is going to be a little bit more challenging to reach down to those southern sides. But Aladdin, now it's going to be up to the zone, right? The zone will be the big decider here.
Well, yesterday we saw a zone in which the circle was on that southwestern side, Valadalmar, and the sand dunes area was also in play. And this kind of circle, it definitely challenges team because the play area gets restricted, and then there are only limited areas where all the teams they try to go, and then some rotational fights, drop fights, they also occur. But for now, I'm waiting for those early on drop clashes that we were talking about in the first match. Yes, there were some fights between 1-for-1 and some other team going on. I think it was Traveler and Messi who were indulging themselves into a fight. Simnan was also there for third party. So all these teams are going towards Tori Al Hamuda, Campo Militar, and yes, after some loot, they will probably try to fight with each other in a rotational clash. But similarly, if you talk about a Pekao area, there were some teams who were also going towards that area and trying to take that drop clash fight, trying to prove their domination. On the opposite side, we have a Glue squad with Sakudai. So yeah, another Miramar match where I really want Sakudai to dominate. I really want them to get some elimination points in the early stage. But as we are talking about some drop flashes, there's a fight going on. I don't know where, I don't know between who, between which teams yet, but someone is taking someone down and someone is getting the elimination point confirmed, and that someone is Viperix knockout. Alpha Boy eliminating Hitman, and once again Goku boats and takes another player down. It's a 1v4 now. HLE, it's not looking good for them. Halal Exertion gets some Halal knockouts, and now the last man standing is Matt Cat, who is getting mad at his teammates because he is the last man left behind. And I think he is so far away from his teammates. He is inside the zone and he can do nothing about it.
Yeah, for Halal Axotron, it's been proving to be quite a bit of a challenge. But you're also hoping to see Sekudai step up and show us what they've got. Well, they are going to find themselves right alongside the players from DX Xavier. So the pressure is going to be on as Sekudai. I think they've got a pretty decent spread here. You can see Pekka up towards that northern side. So Sekudai definitely could look to tighten their grip moving forward. 1-for-1 though, they're going to be finding A1 in the feed. The response is going to come in back and forth. The knocks are starting to line up.
Big news, coffee lovers. Rebel, the Oracle dual boiler, is now with the good guys. Brew your way with auto and manual modes. Auto dial-in delivers perfect flavor with every grind. And with Wi-Fi connectivity, your coffee's ready when you are. Pay less every day at the good guys. Auto dial-in delivers perfect flavor.
To lock it in. Oh, there we go. Barajan is down. The remainder of the DX Xavier now going to look to rush on forward. Lamborghini quickly just trying to get a little bit of an off-angle approach here. Himson quickly falling back. Up comes Natsu trying to ride it forward. Levi just holding on the edge so there could still be quite a bit of a sneaky opportunity here for DX Xavier. Lamborghini coming through with the shotties, but not being able to do enough as they get backed up and shipped out. DX Xavier, the first team, out in 18th position.
Absolutely, Wilson once again taking the charge of his team, and Sakudai, they're winning the first draw flash. Once again, not the first time that they dominated Ingles on the map of Miramar. So yeah, another good start by Team Sakudai. The elimination number is getting increased, and I can say that this team is finding that balance, finding that momentum that they needed. But they just need to carry it forward. That's something that Team Sakudai needs to work, specifically timely rotation, and on-time rotation needs to be done from their side. But that was an impressive fight that they just took. But on the other side, talk about Team AST. Yes, they abandoned their drop clash. They are looting this area for now. Their focus is to stay alive and get that big elimination number match, or maybe a second enough. That's what they focus on. Trevor Messi, if you look towards the points table, yes, uh, they are on 12th spot, not a very comfortable spot, because if we look towards this team, we also have to mention this, that this is their eighth match, and only four matches will be left after this one. So they need to, work on it. This is the ninth match, in fact. Three matches will be left. They need to end their day with at least 65 to 70 points.
Yep, the pressure is going to be on to see whether or not they can lock that in. But now it's going to be A1 looking to lock in the demise of 141. As you can see, Flash and the rest of the team keeping a nice steady position here. Not going to be looking to overextend all too much when they try and get a good read on the situation. But they know pretty well where 141 are located. So it's all going to be about finding that entry. We've got Voltrox and Sirius keeping the spot under lockdown, but up comes the Sen here. It's going to be A1 Esports trying to close it out. They do find the one. Oh, SKS though. Single tap, right? Not even an AR, just rushing on forward. Now it's going to be Deathstorm and the rest of A1 that secure themselves the 4 eliminations. There we go, squad wipe on board. A1 also looking to bring a little bit of heat into match number 4 here.
Absolutely, another team getting some good elimination points at the start of the match alongside Team Vipex and Scout. Team Sakudai, but BTR by Vitality trying to level best gate, keep some rotation that are on the players of Team Pro LC. And wait a second, a mistake was made here. He was trying to go so close from the Team BDR, and yet one more bullet would have just get the player knocked. But wait a second, BTR, they're I guess trying to chase down the player of 4YLC. They know that they have damaged him a lot, and now they're trying to get close to him. And the entire plan of Team BTR is to get elimination points, where Fearless is coming for the rescue, and there is going to be a 1v1 between Kent and Fearless. But does Kent have any clue? Does he have any idea? Yes, he does now. Goes for another spray, and trades are going on. But wait a second, Careless, he also sprays down, and look at Ken. Punk comes in, changes the seat of his vehicle, takes down the player. Fearless takes another 1v1 on another side, and look at this, the shotgun is coming in play, and Fearless takes down Fred Relays, and BTR, the players are going down one by one. It was a 2v4 situation over here, and still Team 4YLC, they're managing to dominate BTR. Look at this, Punk with a 1v3, a brilliant clutch on Team BTR. BTR gets eliminated, and what a blunder by this team. They were trying to chase down the player of 4LC, and Punk comes in with a beautiful spray, takes one player down. Fearless, he also helps in, and BTR gets eliminated.
I mean, what a play here, right? 4YLC turning the whole situation on its head. A quick rush turning into, well, the fast rotation back into the lobby. So Punk coming through with a slam dunk, 3 eliminations for the total of 4 so far. I mean, this could be another team looking to surprise us with a runaway play here. Already, they've moved themselves up into 20th position with just the squad wipe. So there's still a lot to come, as we are going to be nearing the end of our first phase here. Looking over onto Bandit, though, they've decided to go for a little bit more of an interesting angle, a nice little bit of Overwatch that they have up in towards that church region. Let's see what the rest of the team is going to do, as we do see quite a bit of a spread here, trying to play the terrain as best they can. But we do have a few contenders starting to roll on up just in the distance here. That is going to be RRQ, though, having their situation now getting set up as the team starts to rotate on forward. But yeah, we got to commend the absolute aggression that we've been seeing so far. The team's definitely got to be looking to surprise us. And I got to say, though, I mean, Aladdin, the team's just keeping the surprises rolling in.
Absolutely, starting from getting the surprise by Team Sakodai, and then 4YLC, they were also playing brilliantly. Even they got 5 and now we can see that 4YLC, the way they eliminated BTR, there was definitely a surprise. Bandit? They're also trying to get some, they're also trying to cut down some rotations, but they will not get any knocked out. Yes, they have a good area for themselves. If you talk about their placement inside the circle, it's a good place. They do not need to rotate even if the circle shifts, and it will not shift from here. But look at the kill feed, Sakurai indulging themselves into another fight.
Well, that's what we love to see. Teams keeping the pressure going. That is going to be Voin Donkey now falling victim to the rush. Them9 also stepping up as they found Lord in that rotation. So Viper now starting to lose a few players along the way as they still have 3 pieces left, but teams need to get themselves out of this blue zone because sipping on too much of that blue juice, it might fill up your tummy, but it's going to do quite a bit to your HP bar. Now, Talha just up ahead here, the whole entirety of Sem9 rotating in on this position. So, I mean, if Viper KO want to do something, they're going to have to be really quick about it, especially now with Sem9 hot on their heels.
Absolutely, Sem9, they have 2 elimination points, but wait a second, they're also forcing themselves into another fight. It's Viper X Knockout in front of them this time around. Viper X Knockout, if we talk about their previous fight, yes, they managed to get 4 eliminations, but now they lost 1 player. They managed to get 3 eliminations. They lost 1 player. This is the fight for the zone between both these teams, and Sem9 trying their best to wrap around and find the best angle from where they can definitely gatekeep Team Viper Esports. But Voin Donkeys, they're also taking down the players one by one. This time around, Triber Messi is in front of them. Situation is, I guess, a 4v2 because Voin Donkeys, they lost some players at 3v3, in fact, on both the sides. But AST, yes, Delta is down. They need to revive him side by side. They need to take down the players of Voin Donkeys as well. But Team Sakurai, from the beginning of this match, once again, they were taking those fights everywhere because the intent is clear. They need elimination points. The first match by Team Sakurai on the map of Miramar was very aggressive, and that's the exact script that they want to write once again. But AST giving some collateral damage on their players. Sakurai is in front of them. I guess every team wants to get some elimination points on this team. Every team wants to get tagged. Every team wants to tag this team because Sakurai, they got spotted by Trek somehow, and he took him down. Like this is brilliant. Look at the distance and look at the knockout.
I mean, they're doing some pretty good work right here, but let's see whether or not Tribe Eremisi can follow through on this. Tricks trying to do everything in their bag of tricks to try and secure the plays. Blue Squad also now starting to step it up in that feed, as we can see the shots continuing to rain on in. T2K also doing a little bit of something over on towards that western side, but there's still going to be a long way to go as they find themselves now running up into a wall. It is going to be aggression as Glue looks to push on. T2K know what they need to do. Igneous quickly just trying to get into a little bit more of a favorable setup here so they can take this fight, but both squads here need to prioritize that zone positioning. Ilya is going to be the next one down as Sticky Q locks it in, gets the hit, opens up the door, but will they be allowed in? Is T2K going to allow the Glue Squad to roll through them, or will they force them to rotate away? So far, it seems like it is going to be T2K to come through with the aggression, trying to at least establish a little bit of certainty on the edge, but with Igneous getting taken on down, and R3G reaching it from the edge, it doesn't look all too great for them. Tribe Eremisi going to be the next team to make their way back into lobby, but R3G though, Aladdin, they mean business.
Absolutely, after the previous game, they got that momentum that they needed. And perfect third party outside the zone. It will definitely force Team T2K to leave this fight and move inside the zone on the other side. Let's look at Team Blue Squad. What is going to be their intention? Yes, they were in a fight where they were trying to get some elimination points, but now that they have now that they have revived their players, they will definitely try to force themselves to move inside the zone, and their entire focus is shifted. They are not trying to take this fight. Ajaya, he was stuck. It looked like that this fight is gonna write his demise, but for now he will get some time to survive. But on another side, it's Nexori versus Team Viperix Knockout. On one side, it's two players of Nexori, and on another, it's three players of Team Viperix Knockout. But wait a second, they found another player of T2K, R3G. They definitely mean business. They want to get those elimination points. They think it's their fair share on every other team, because after the previous match, after those 14 elimination number match, they will get that pressure off from them. Once again, Nexori trying their level best to get one or more players of Team Viperix Knockout knocked down. I think Viperix Knockout, they try to rotate from right in front of their opponents, and that's how they lose their players. Even in the previous match, when close to Pachinke, this stream was trying to rotate. They were not, no one gives cover to from their players' side to support their rotation. That's a big mistake that this team is doing every other time, and they need to work on it. But on the other side, Nexori, will they be able to take down players and eliminate some of them or not? Because look at the points table. They have only 5 points in the previous two matches, and this is the third match. They have already lost one player. So it's a 3v3 situation. Viperix Knockout versus Nexori. Grenade comes in by Alpha Boy, takes down Demo, and now Epix and Lux.
What if I said there was a big world full of toys? What would you say? Mr. Toys Toy World, of course. At Mr. Toys Toy World, we have one of the biggest ranges of toys and Lego in the land. Mr. Toys Toy World, the big name in toys and Lego. There's a store near you.
By Apex, he takes down Alpha Boy, and this push is slowed down by this knockout, and now the pressure is back on Team Viperix Knockout, because NEX, they are getting close and they are charging in. Grenade goes by Luck, and it will definitely damage one player. Tala goes all in. Tala charges and he gets taken down by Luck. What a beautiful click by him. And now Goku, the last man standing. The pressure is shifted back from Nexori to Team Viperix Knockout. It's a 2v2 situation, and look at this. Luck confirms this elimination points. Now he will heal himself, and Goku will leave his player, and now he is trying to make his way inside the zone.
I mean, I think it is safe to say that Apex had luck on their side, right? Now Apex gonna try and play through this one, as Gokubot is trying to put a lot of distance in between them and that potential play, but fortunately for the side there of Gokubot, it works out. Well, it did, until Deathstorm from A1 locked it in, and with that just kind of helping everybody make their way out of here. Phenomenal work getting done. Nexori playing a beautiful, beautiful game. Now, Glue Squad are going to be looking to step up to the plate here as they find themselves alongside the players from Bandit. The rush is in. Let's see whether or not Hexas can lock it in. Sticky Q. Sticky just holding nice and steady. Bandit is going to be down. That is 4 eliminations now for Glue. The vehicle, not quite sure if that's going to be able to get out of the spot right there. But now, Sam9 moving forward. We've got Talon also holding steady. RRQ up towards the north. Sticky Q getting hit in the face, trying to hide behind the vehicle. But Sam9, just with those beautiful off angles and the elevation that they have back up into Los Leones, is definitely going to help them cause quite a bit of carnage down onto the southern side.
Absolutely, two top performing teams are coming up against each other. There's no one around. Parties, they will be given enough time to fight with each other, but Sam9, they're trying to fall back, because the entire focus of Sam9 is to move inside the zone. This area where they were trying to indulge themselves into a fight was not inside the zone, and Blue Squad, they were on a better position. But now that both the teams are leaving this fight, we will have to wait for some other time. But wait a second, Talon Sports, the team we were predicting to get a good match, a good score in this match, they are in a fight where RRQ will definitely take 2 players down, and both the players are bleeding out. But wait a second, RRQ Lapar pushing all in, and he gets dealt by a shotgun. Shields eliminate him. Lapar gets eliminated. You cannot push like this. You cannot make a mistake. It was not just a mistake, it was a blunder by Lapar. But Team RRQ gets eliminated. Talent will get to revive their teammates. They have 7 elimination points. This clearly tells us that Talent wants to get their hands on those elimination numbers. They mean business. But Nexori, with 2 players, now that they have luck on their side, are they gonna take some elimination points points on 4YLC because both the teams are outside the zone and probably Luck has no idea that Fearless is behind him. Look at the position of Fearless on the map.
Well, let's see whether or not Luck will have any say in what is about to happen next here. As it's a pretty tough spot to play. It seems like next three are running out of luck. As Fearless moves on forward, gets the hit, gonna try and close it up, and there we go. Now it's all left to Apex to see if they can carry the torch further in this game. Two players also then on the front line here for 4YLC. Glue Squad are going to be looking to stick it to the side here of Talon as the mollies and utilities start to fly all over the place. We got Shield sending a beautiful nade up as Boysil finds the angle. Let's see whether or not Boysil can get that devastating placement to make things so challenging here for the side of Glue. Now, I mean, Talon looking to bounce back, already 7 eliminations up. Are they going to be able to get the wraps on it? No, it seems like Shield is going to get taken on down. Not yet confirmed, but out comes the play. Stickley gets dropped. This could still turn in favor of Talon, but it's going to be a really tough one to play through as Boy could lock it in. Comes in with the DBS. Jump shots are there, not making the necessary connections, but now gets retaliated, and down they go. Glue Squad managing to hold on and just stick it out. They pick up 6 eliminations in total, but it's going to be short-lived because Sem9 is rolling in right behind them.
Absolutely, they're coming all in, they're going all in. This Ria get the first knocked out, and once again, KF, the man behind the survival of the team. He was the reason why the team won the previous fight, but now can he pull that miracle off? It's a 1v4 situation. All players are going all in. He still finds one, trying to eliminate him, but KF, you gotta watch out. All the players are getting close. Ria will be that player who will seal the deal, lands the final blow, gets the 8th elimination number confirmed, and Glue Squad gets eliminated. But on another side, it's Sakodai versus Team Wine Donkeys, I guess. Wine Donkeys charging in with all 3 players, 3v2 situation, but the grenade is being cooked by Team Sakodai's player, but he falls back, realizing that this is not the right place to be because the utilities are going to come from the next side as well. But Wine Donkeys, they are not going all in. They're just waiting, trying to make that space, trying to get some advantage with the utilities, and grenades are gonna come in. Nodzu gotta watch out. He sends the deflecting grenades and he finds one. No, the answer is a bag. No, Nodzu, he gets taken down by Wine Donkeys, although in all that process, no one was knocked out. Team Wine Donkeys, they won this fight beautifully, and you can't say that. The opponents were trying really hard. Sakodai, they need to work on this once again. They lost their minute advantage in every other fight, and that's the reason why they lose their follow-up fights. But Sem9, look at them, 8 elimination points, and they are looking promising than ever. They are looking aggressive, and they will just roll down everyone. They're going through every team that they see.
I mean, they are definitely showing that they want to replicate what they did back in game number 1. So far, things are looking pretty doable, right? Sem9 showing that consistency, but they still have a long, long way to go. It is going to be A1 held up right there alongside them. So they've got to be very, very careful not to overextend as they look to just get themselves a little bit more situated, moving further and further forward. We do see Apex there from next re also just holding up close to center zone. Are they going to get spotted out? It's going to be 4YLC. Going to be feeling a little bit of that heat comes through. T2K going to get taken out. Down to the final 5 we go. And next re, the only squad with a solo. 4YLC as well as Voin Donkey. Still going to be rocking that 3-piece, and A1 as well as Sem9 still looking pretty good. Both squads with a full force. Now it's going to be Deathstorm and the rest of the crew from A1 looking to see if they can find that next position to make a big impact. But Sem9 not going to try and allow too much of that to come through.
They are not giving any space to their opponents, and once again try out manages to take it down one player of A1 Esports, but are they gonna charge in? I mean, this is exactly what Team Semnan was doing in every other fight. They take one of the player down from the long ranges and then they go all in. And once again, I guess is on a move now. They're on the run now. Once again, they will go all in and slam it onto Even Esports. Are they going to replicate that domination that they were doing in the previous fight? On the other side, it's a Wine Donkeys versus 4Y LC, another long range fight. I mean, according to the zone, the number of teams surviving is a bit less, which will allow the teams to roam around and have a good spot in the circle, stay away from the fights. But for LC, yes, one of the players is getting closed and Wine Donkeys, you gotta watch out. It's a 3v2 situation for LC, but they have a better, advantage of the zone for themselves. Funk with 4 elimination points. He is the same lad. He's the same guy who clutched the situation in the previous fight. And once again, for YLC, trying to wrap around their opponents and looking for some better angles, looking for some better position inside the zone. Once again, they spotted the players of A1 Esports, and A1 Esports Rowdy almost gets taken down because he was so low in HP. One more bullet or one grenade splash, and he will be done and dusted. Look at A1 Esports. They're stopping their vehicle right in the center of the road. But Funk, he gets out and he gets dealt with. Deathstorm this time around, he did not miss. And A1 Esports once again, they're getting their elimination numbers as well. 6 elimination on the board and 4 by Deathstorm. That is brilliant by A1 Esports. But Wine Donkeys also wants to join the party.
I mean, they can hear the music bumping, right? So they want to see what all the fuss is about. But now it's going to be Gaykor getting that vehicle almost lit on fire. You got to watch out for that nade from Sem9. It is getting real close. Does find a bit of damage. Sends Gaykor flying, and in doing so, Potato gets dropped to their knees as well. So it is going to be full go time here as Sem9 gets ready to send it up. Tryout now going to be sending utilities over the ridge. Mochi just on the edge there. They're going for the res. Let's see, is Gaykor going to be able to survive? The pressure is on Sem9, letting it all loose. Will try out, get that play. Oh, finds the nade. Now it's going to be the final hit, and that is Wine Donkey getting taken down. Sem9 up to 11 eliminations, and they are not done. They potentially spot an angle at the expense here of 4YLC, but 4YLC really focus in on A1.
Absolutely, this team is going bonkers. Try out, look at this guy. He went all in alone. He went in with a grenade, and after that, eliminated the last player with a shotgun. Beautiful by every other utility. But for now, for LC, they also want to, clutch in. They also want to get some elimination points. They are trying to lock in, but Nixery, last man standing, Apex, still fighting for the survival because he needs to be in the top 3. He needs to get those survival points. But wait a second, it's a 3v1 situation, and there's A1 Esports who have their 4 players standing. But wait a second, the players are going down one by one as Sem9 charges in, and this team is not stopping whatsoever. As soon as they find someone, they try and take them down, and Sem9 with 11 elimination. That's a brilliant number. Once again, they're trying to spot the players of A1 Esports. They don't have the zone, and on one side, one of the players is knocked out, and on the other, they're trying to throw the grenades. And wait a second, Alpha is pushing forward. A1 Esports, one of the players is knocked out. Playzone takes down the players of Team 4YLC as well, and Sem9, they just need to scrap all those elimination points. They just need to wait, and A1 Esports will definitely fight with 4YLC, and Sem9 will definitely fight with third party. But some wraparound angles were also there. Sprays are going back and forth, but look at this. A beautiful grenade comes in. Deathstorm still showing some signs of life, and A1 Esports is also trying to eliminate Sem9. This time around, they're charging in on Jamaica, the last man standing. In fact, it's another player standing on this angle, but the last man standing of Nixery still manages to show some input in all that fight and tries to take one of the players down. Sem9 with all 2 players. Jamaica moves forward. He gets taken down to Rowdy, and A1 Esports with their 7th elimination number confirmation. Once again, they are showing the signs of life, and Sem9 and their domination was dealt by A1 Esports alongside the third party by that last man standing of NEX.
Try Hungry Jack's fried chicken palmy with thick, crisp and juicy Aussie chicken, sizzling bacon, Napolitana sauce and melted cheese. Part of the new Aussie Pub Classic range. Great shout. The burgers are better at Hungry Jack's.
As well as Sem9 and A1 looking to settle the last fight. Tryout gets picked up, and that is Sem9 out of here with 12 eliminations to their name. A1 Esports could definitely secure their 9th elimination. And it's one player standing between them and that winner chicken dinner. I did see someone in the chat saying that A1 needs a chicken. It seems like they decided to do exactly that. They are coming in hot, and that's what they got. They got their hands on 9 eliminations and the victory. An almost clutch play coming through from Sem9, but A1 Esports had different idea in mind. They came in hot, they came in to clean it up, and they got their hands on the victory. Well done, and what a deserving performance.
Absolutely. Now that Semnan was moving towards the double-digit number in terms of elimination, you know, stepping up big time by Team A1 Esports, specifically by Deadstorm and Rowdy, that is brilliant. I mean, Rowdy in the last fight, he was too good. And some third parties also favored them, specifically Nexury's last player, the way he made a sandwich alongside Team A1 Esports on Team 7-9, that worked out beautifully. But yeah, Deadstorm is our MVP with 4 elimination points and 961 damage and 26-minute average survival time, which is brilliant. But A1 Esports, I think the entire plan was to stay alive, look for some possible fights and stay away from all those slam-ins and all those forceful fights, and they focused on the rotation. They preferred the zone, and that's how they got the chicken dinner. But and all that rotation and everything, whenever someone tries to slam in on them, someone tries to force them into a fight, even esports, they just clutched it beautifully.
Yeah, I was pretty convinced that Sem9 was going to take the winner chicken dinner, but the timing here from A1 just worked out so well in their favor. So, mad respect going out to them. What a way to clutch it up here. Unfortunately, if we look over towards that far right-hand side, we see a few other teams that did not have a super favorable turnout for this match. Halal, Axotron, unfortunately going back empty-handed alongside Bandit, 1-for-1, and then of course the players there from D Xavier. But taking a look at the overall standings, Sekudai now jumping up 3 positions all the way up into 5th place. Regicide also showed quite a bit of aggression in this past match, unfortunately not being allowed to continue too much with that as they were taken down, but still managing to move up 2 positions all the way up into 7th. So things are looking pretty decent over on this first page, but I think it's going to be that second and third page which is going to be taking the main focus, at least at this point of the day, because we know the teams are going to be fighting to get themselves either on this page or anywhere between here and 19th position.
I mean, look at them 9. Look at their placement points. Look at the total points. In fact, they are getting so close to the top team. And Glue Squad, but they definitely had a big lead yesterday. But now that the difference is down to 6 points, this clearly tells that 7 also mean business. But moving on towards the second page, no changes whatsoever. But A1 Esports, after this chicken dinner, they jumped 11 spots, and that's a huge jump. Now they have 22 points, probably the most points by any team from their group, because we cannot see any other team here. It's Viperex Knockout with 18, but A1 Esports with 22 points. What a brilliant match. You can say that all those bad performances in the first 2 match or first 3 match, team A1 Esports, they just recovered with one good one.
Yeah, I mean, they went from 3 points to 22. That is insane. So, what a way to show that they mean business. But of course, we're not surprised because we will have a lot of that. Speaking about upward movements, we do see 4YLC as well as Nexury moving up positions. Nexury, of course, now securing themselves 4 additional slots there. Even Talon, right? Yes, not necessarily having the craziest run, but they've moved up, right? So up is up. So we are going to be looking at a few of our squads yet to make some decisive moves. But A1 Esports, they will be the victors for game number 3. That also then marks the halfway point of the day, meaning we have got 2 Erangales and only 1 more Miramar to go. The big question is, who's going to be the one to take that final Miramar once we eventually get around to that? But of course, first up, we are going to be heading over into the bread and butter of PUBG. It is going to be Erangale right after the break. Welcome back to the second half of day number 2 right here on the Ladoma Asia Showdown. It's myself and the great Aladdin over there. We are going to be getting ourselves ready to move into our second Erangel for the day. So far, 2 Miramars already, Aladdin, looking absolutely insane. A1 Esports, of course, coming in with the winner chicken dinner in the last match, stopping Sem9 from getting a back-to-back victory with regards to the map of Miramar. But now the big question is, who's going to be the team to rise up next, right? Who will be the next squad to secure the victory?
Well, to be very honest, M9, they have they go all in, get some elimination points, and try to beat Blue Squad. That's their entire focus is. They started the day with a 20-25 points difference, and now you can see the difference is down to 14 points. So with one more good match, they can definitely dethrone their opponents. But moving on towards the map of Erangel, the flight path is definitely going to be there. Starting from the military base side, ends towards Zarki, a bit of southwestern side. But Circle is definitely going to be the biggest question here. And side by side, teams will definitely indulge themselves into a rotational fight, because if you want to go towards Kameshki, because the previous match teams were going there, Stalberg, Kameshki, Lipovka, Balta Power, you have to go through some areas where the other teams are going to be, and you will be forced to have that rotational fight, like we saw in the previous Wrangle match, when 1-for-1 they indulged themselves into a fight and they got 4 elimination points.
Well, let's see who's going to be indulging the most. I like that, the potential setup that we have down in the military base itself as well. As you can see already, 3 squads situated in the surrounding area. So the pressure is going to be on, especially looking over to Viper KO, right? They might be in for a bit of a ride, but look at that zone as it takes us all the way over to the far eastern side. Yesterday we had a similar zone to this, and it resulted in absolute carnage. But I'm curious as how the teams are going to be looking to respond this time around. So the pressure is going to be on, especially looking over to Viper.
Well, just like every other match, the Circle, it definitely takes a hard shift on that eastern side, right opposite to the flight path. But talking about those early on fights, we have some drop fight between, I guess, Team Clue Squad, and on another side, it's RRQ versus Team Sakadai. Lapar gets taken down. It's a fight in Pochinki, and on the other, it's a fight in Zarki. What's going on? Who goes for a drop clash in Zaki? That is ununderstandable. But Notsu coming all in with the Uzi in his hands. Himson has a pistol, and wait a second, Rath finds one player with his A1, and now Sakadai is getting that elimination number confirmed. RRQ, another player goes down to the last one player. Himson, he gets killed by a couple of foes. Pekka and Rath have to join the party, but wait a second, RRQ is getting the elimination number confirmed. It's not looking good. You gotta watch out. Rath is moving forward. Look at RRQ. They're trying to heal themselves. They can revive their teammate as well. But Rath with a 180-degree shift. That was a great angle shifting here by Rath, and aim shifting here, and he confirms another elimination point. And it's a 1v3 by this lad. He saves his team, but they lost one player in the process, and it's gonna hurt them in the next stage fight. But as soon as we conclude this fight over here, DX indulged themselves into another, and the English this time around, they are confirming some elimination points on Team Bandit.
Yeah, Lamborghini not looking too great with his health bar, though. Needs to try and patch it up, but they don't have to worry because Bandit Esports is down as well. It's interesting that engagement all the way in Zaki, as you said, right? It's like Sekudai and RRQ decided, you know what, we have a bit of a difference that we need to go settle. Let's go somewhere where nobody else will ever decide to go, and let's go fight, right? And they chose violence. We know who came out as the victor. Of course, RRQ were the first team out of here. Bandit, though, also getting backed up and shipped out, and now it's going to be 1-for-1. Not quite sure what K2 is going to be able to do here. As you can see, they do find themselves in a little bit of hot water here. So the pressure is going to be on. They need to be very, very careful as to how they move on forward. But it seems like everybody's just dropping down, trying to sneak their way back into a little bit of something. And so they could maybe be an opportunity for them to get the jump on Halal Exotron.
Absolutely. Everybody is trying to, force themselves into the points confirmation, and 1-for-1 on another side. Yes, previously we saw them getting, in the drop class in the Marvel Ferrangle. This time they have a team nearby, but their focus is probably on rotation. They do not want to force themselves into a fight. There's this thing with early on drop fights. Even if you get some elimination points and you lose one or two players, it will definitely hurt you in the further phases. But 1-for-1 K2 once again taking the same angle. They're trying to replicate their previous match's performance, but they need to come up with the different plans because maybe HLE they have an idea about the players of 1-for-1 esports. That's the reason why they're holding on, they're waiting. In this crossing, Voltrix, you can get spotted. There is no cross here. You can get spotted by the players of HLE. They will probably get information that one of them is trying to wrap them around, and if Voltrix gets taken down, this is probably the Joker card from Team 1-for-1 Sports, and if it gets taken down, actually will get the breakthrough. But on another side, it's Point Donkeys versus 4YLC, another drop fight. So teams are not shying away. They are going all in. They know that the prize pool of $1,500 is on the line, but still, there's a fight for the ego. Their egoistic fights are still going on.
I love this though. The teams coming into this match choosing violence. They were like, let's see how quickly we can try and wrap this one up. And so far, looking to do pretty good. Point Donkey now down to a 2-piece, so it's going to be Potato and Machi looking to hold it nice and steady. So there could be still a big opportunity here for 4YLC. Now, Machi trying to move up. They only got shotties in hand. That is all they have. Will they be able to convert it into points, though? There's going to be a pretty challenging play. As you can see, the standoff coming through, the shots connecting up. This is Machi getting put on a back foot. Now,
Ashoka, Desi at heart.
a little bit of that shock music, right? As we did see the players there from 1-for-1 just sneaking their way through the grass, trying to play the sand shock approach here. But now Halal, Axotron trying to get themselves back into fighting form. They still have all 4 players in this fight. Mad Cat now trying to get themselves patched up. The send is there. Is going to be BTR and Talon also stepping up to the plate. So the fights are not going to end anytime soon. K2 now just trying to find a good way to breach the entry onto Halal Axotron.
Absolutely, some trades were going back and forth, but once again, Halal Axotron, they're back on their feet, all foremen standing, K2 coming up, and this time around, 1-for-1, they need to get the first knockout. If they somehow manage to give it away, things are not going to look easy for them. And once again, it's a 4v2 situation because one of the players is so far away. Look at Sirius on the map. He is so far away, and Halal Axotron, they can take advantage of it. Look at them, they're going all in, but K2 comes with the first knockout. And what just happened? What just happened? That was absolute chaos. Zibian and K2 was just enough to shut down the entire team. And what just happened?
I mean, like this, I don't have words for this. It is absolute brutality. Speaking about brutality, Bigatron by Vitality are going to be looking to come in clutch now as they rush forward onto Talon. It is going to be Cole or Akul that gets called down. Off they go. Now, Bumblebee looking to just bring in a little bit of that utility play. You see the angles there. It's going to be a very tough point still to make the entry. Flying vehicles coming through. As Viper fly up to the roof. What are these teams doing? It is like a showcase of insanity. Look at that 4-1.
Oh my god. And look at the knockout. This is BTR, but Viper is knockout. They are getting knocked out with this, I don't know, the trick they're trying to pull off. The trick straight out from the circus. But Talonese Boots, one of the players also surviving BTR with this beautiful grenade. Federalist confirms another elimination point. And now BTR eliminates the entire squad of Talonese Boots. They have 4 elimination points. They have to get ready for another fight. Viper X knockout. They made a huge mistake. You can say it was a blunder. But look at the X. They are trying to do the same thing. They're also flying with the vehicles. BTR They are ready for a third party. BTR, they're ready for, in fact, they want to get some elimination points confirmed in this fight. And look at this. Look at 2504. They did the same thing. He's on the rooftop. And now BTR is getting third parties, fourth partied by Glue Squad. Another team is joining in. What's going on? Viperix knockout. Their survival is looking difficult. And look at the position of one of the players. Lamborghini using the monster truck and getting that elevation on the other side. 2510, whatever the name is. 2504. He has the best angle for himself, and he's trying to breach at the players of Team Rage Esports. Viperix knockout, but some grenades are going back and forth, which will leave Team DX on their last three players. But even in that 3v4 situation, they managed to eliminate Viperix knockout with some utilities and with some shotguns as well. And now BTR will also try to move forward, but I think it's enough time given to their opponents to settle down into this fight. And even if BTR slams in, you can say that their opponents are ready for a slam. But Blue Squad is going to push forward. They will not give time to BTR, and probably BTR will fall back. They're not pushing into this fight.
All I hear when I see players flying up the mountain is whee! But there we go, Federales getting picked up, as well as the BTR are trying to make their great escape. Now Glue Squad looking to step up to the plate here. It's going to be D Xavier trying to lock the compound down. Glue Squad realizing that it's not going to be an easy send, as Levi comes in with a little bit of a defensive strategy here, trying to play it across the way. Beautiful angles onto the buggies. Up comes the rush. It is going to be XKF now applying themselves onto the side of the mountain. Let's see whether or not Glue Squad can get the jump on this one. Hexa just there on the edge, but gets dropped with the DBS. Quick response onto Levi. Now it's going to be up to 2504 and Parisian to see if they can keep the momentum going. Absolute carnage. We've seen so many squads just rushing up to this point. Now 2504 looking to try and maybe close it up with the vehicle. Fortunately for the Glue Squad, they still have a few players in the match. 2 players up, 1 player down. It's going to be XKF now on the front line trying to get the press up. 2504 sending it right on forward, gets dropped right on down. Parisian, the last hopeful for D Xavier. They already have 11 nations. It has been absolutely insane. Will Glue Squad be able to get the jump on them? Parisian is going to try and close this one off, but instead gets wrapped up and ships out, and off they go. The zone also not going to be stopping as it takes us further to the north.
That was supposedly their 14 elimination point, but yeah, blunder in that 1v1 situation, although the player was coming right in front of him. But let's just talk about the zone. That fight is over. Dingos gets eliminated. Blue Sword survived that fight, and now they have their 3 players side by side, some good elimination points in their backpack, and they need to focus on the zone now. Sim9 already in the zone. They know that they are so close to Team Blue Squad. One good match, and they can definitely dethrone them from the first spot. Almost on another side, trying to get some elimination points in a long-range fight between Team Sakudai and Team Nyx. On another side, Sim9 are also joining the party. Well, wait a second. Delta gets taken down by Pekka with a beautiful grenade, and AST, they gotta watch out. It's just one player. It's just a solo player of Team Sakudai, but he can still get the elimination number confirmed. But Pekka, he's going back and forth. Sometimes, he wants to focus on AST, and then another time he wants to go back and find some other team. R3G is also on the back side, 1-for-1. In the meantime, they get eliminated. Sakudai. Now Pekka needs to find a way to get inside the zone and find a hard cover for himself, because he's the last man standing. But in the meantime, AST will revive the teammate, and thankfully the player who was knocked out was not eliminated. Sakudai once again trying to move inside the zone. Will he survive? I think the answer is a big no.
Well, we'll find out in a really quick succession exactly what the teams have in store for us here. Tribe Ermacy, so going to be looking to get a little bit of work done here, all the way from the edge of the map here. Next 3 trying to keep their distance, but they are going to be feeling the pressure as another squad is moving up on them as well. A 2-piece there, as we can see for next 3 here. Next 3 trying to keep their distance, but they are going to be feeling the pressure as another squad is moving up on them as well. A 2-piece there, as we can see for next 3. 2 eliminations is what they have to show so far for this game, but will they be able to survive? Regicide also going to be looking to come through with the aggression as they now play for the off angles. Apex has been spotted out. Unfortunately, Pinkman does not get the confirmation. Instead, it is Delta from Tribe Eremisi. That steals that hit away from them. Roshan keeping a very close eye on the shack. Does not get the confirmation. Instead, it is Delta from Tribe Eremisi. That steals that hit away from them. Roshan keeping a very close eye on the shack. It's going to be Vazi rushing forward, looking to see if there's anybody home. But unfortunately, there's no one there for them to jump on. Now, it's going to be R3G falling back for a little bit more of a secure position. Not the kind of fight that they were hoping for. But now, Sem9 also looking to get a little bit more mobilized as they move up from that southern side of zone. Unfortunately for them, not the kind of fight that they were hoping for. But now Sem9 also looking to get a little bit more mobilized as they move up from that southern side. Not too many players to receive them, but this could buy them a bit of an opportunity.
Absolutely, it will buy them a little bit of time, but Sem9, now they're away from the zone. One of the players is definitely trying to make the zone for their teammates, and this time around, I think absolutely it will buy them a little bit of time, but Sem9, now they're away from the zone. One of the players is definitely trying to make the zone for their teammates, and this time around, I guess it's Chorchria, the one player who also provides them the help that they need in every other fight, because he is a clutch machine. He went bonkers in the previous match. It's Chorchria, the one player who also provides them the help that they need in every other fight, because he is a clutch machine. He went bonkers in the previous match. Even when there was a team in front of them, a 1v3 by him clearly made the survival of Team 7 possible in the previous fight. Wait a second, BTR is here. Even when there was a team in front of them, a 1v3 by him clearly made the survival of Team 7 possible in the previous fight. Wait a second, BTR is here. Close by, and the players are trying to spray down the players of Sem9. They need to move a little bit forward. One of the players of BTR is also trying to get inside the zone, and that's Bumblebee, I guess. And is it the last man standing of BTR? We have to see. I guess two players of BTR are still alive with 5 elimination points. So yeah, Bumblebee, once again, the teammates are joining in. BTR is also trying to take some elimination points, but Sem9 is not going to allow you to do that so easily. And look at this. Yumeko will definitely spot one player. He has the information, and if BTR ignore him, they will definitely get some probably knocked outs on them. And look at Yumeko. He's trying to get that elevation. So I guess Team Sem9 is getting ready for another fight.
Yeah, they are definitely looking like they are prepping a bit of a play here. Now, BTR very exposed out in the open, not going to be a very favorable position for them to try and make much of a stand from. We also then have the players from R3G just up towards that northern side as well. So whoever survives this spot, we also then have the players from R3G just up towards that northern side as well. And rotates out is going to be met with that full stopping force from the side of R3G. Now, Bumblebee keeping their distance. Not going to be looking to tempt fate all too much just yet.
Absolutely, but AST finds up the last player of Team Nexoroy and eliminates him. So once again, AST is also trying to get some elimination numbers confirmed. They have 4 men standing. They gotta watch out. They do not have to last player of Team Nexoroy and eliminates him. So once again, AST is also trying to get some elimination numbers confirmed. They have 4 lose any player, and they can definitely confirm a second winner this time around. They got so close 2 times, and unfortunately, that man advantage, man disadvantage, in fact, was the reason why they lost it. But this time around, BTR with the 2 players, the hopes are less but not over to convert this match into a second winner. If you look towards the points table, yes, they're in the top 4, but points difference is not that much from the spots. This match into a second winner. If you look towards the points table, yes, they're in the top 4, but points difference is not that much from the onward. If you look there, the difference is not that much. But T2K, wait a second, A1 Esports somehow they managed to push forward, and T2K they spotted them one by one. The players of A1 Esports are going down with some utilities, and side by side somehow they managed to push forward, and T2K they spotted them one by one. The players of A1 Esports are those beautiful sprays by Ilya. Well, look at this once again. The fallback is definitely going to be there. A1 Esports, they converted the last match into a second, and now Barroso, he will definitely get another elimination number as he spotted from the player. A1 Esports is down. A1 Esports, they converted the last match into a second, and now Barroso, he will definitely get another elimination. On to the last one standing, and it's not looking good for them. It's definitely not looking good. T2K is trying to get knocked down players everywhere. Wherever they see someone, they will definitely go and spray them down. But the last man standing of even is trying to get knocked down players everywhere. Wherever they see someone, they will definitely go and spray them down. But the last man standing in esports, how well is he gonna survive? For how long is he gonna survive? That's the big question. But zone is getting closed in. In 17 seconds, we'll have the 5th stage of the zone. But D2K, will they stay inside the zone or will the zone move? If the zone moves, then definitely Semnan will also. In 17 seconds, we'll have the 5th stage of the zone. But D2K, will they stay inside the zone or will the zone move? If the zone moves, then so try to move forward, and there's a possible contention that will happen between Semnan and Team T2K.
Yeah, R3G also now is looking to light it up as BTR find themselves at the hand of them. Now the zone being revealed is going to be taking us a little bit more towards that east. It up as BTR find themselves at the hand of them. Now the zone being revealed is going to be taking us a little bit more towards that east side. R3G, though, got to say, they have a pretty decent setup here, right? Nice controlling angle over on towards that western side.
Discover everything you need to know about a rewarding career in nursing at TAFE Queensland's Nursing Information Session. Hear from industry experts. Discover everything you need to know about a rewarding career in nursing at TAFE Queensland's Nursing Information.
Release on the front line. Bigatron by Vitality also not going to be able to stick around here. But let's see if Yumiko can wrap this one up. Could be 7th elimination now at hand here for them. Just one hit. They need to cough in the direction. The shot could be that. Now Yumiko very active here, trying to see if the mobility could be the one to come in clutch. But that is going to be a beautiful helping hand from Haikyuu. Sem9 now it's looking pretty strong, pretty steady. Yumiko yet to find eliminations, but Zoro the one to come in clutch. But that is going to be a beautiful helping hand from Haikyuu. Sem9 now it's looking pretty strong, pretty steady. Yumiko yet to find eliminations, but Zoro the one to come in clutch. But that is going to be a beautiful helping hand from Haikyuu. Sem9 can now get zeroed out as 4YLC are going to be feeling that full send from the remainder of Sem9.
Absolutely, 4YLC is feeling the heat, and look at this. By HIYQ, and once again,
remainder of Sem9.
Absolutely, 4LC is feeling the heat, and look at this. By HIYQ, and once again. Again, the opponents are gonna charge in. What is going on? This is absolute chaos. On one side, a beautiful grenade goes and takes one player, and on another, 4YLC, they decided to charge all in. But Yumeko, once again, with this beautiful spray, he will take one player down. Triber Messi from another side, they're trying to do a third party over here. But T2K, will they also try to suppress a team 4YLC down or not? But wait a second, the zone is gonna start in a few seconds. 4YLC, they need to revive as soon as possible. 15 more seconds. In fact 10 more seconds, and then the zone is gonna start. They have some bursted vehicles which are not enough, but AST Tricks, they've decided to move forward. They've decided to get that elimination number confirmed. 10 more seconds, and then the zone is gonna start. They have some bursted vehicles which are not enough, but AST Tricks, they've decided to move forward. They've decided to get that Tricks once again as a third party, and now his teammates are confirming those elimination points. 4YLC is left with the last man standing in AST. They have an opportunity to get all those elimination points confirmed. Look at this, the 7th point on the board, and AST is looking more confident than enough. But once again, Yumeko, the last man standing, but he's still showing some signs of life. He's still trying to get those elimination points and stealing away those points, those knockouts. But once again, as team R3G charges in, Sakura gets eliminated. So now we have two teams. Team R3G with 3 players, AST with 4, and then some knockouts. But once again, as team R3G charges in, Sakura gets eliminated. So now we have two teams. Team R3G with 3 players, AST with 4, and solos who are trying to survive. But who's gonna get this second? That's a big question. R3G once again getting into the top 3.
Yeah, it is looking pretty good here for R3G. Let's see if they can drive it all the way to the very end. Gotta give it up to Tribe Eremacy though. 7 eliminations up. They still have a very controlling position, and they are looking to be an absolute menace as they end the run there for 4YLC. Now it's going to be a full send here as Delta looks for... They still have a very controlling position, and they are looking to be an absolute menace as they end the next opportunity. Oh, Pinkman also on the front line. That is going to be T2K getting wrapped up, shipped out, and off they go. Yumiko goes down And it is now R3G versus Team, or rather Tribe Eremacy, to see who will have the winner chicken dinner. Roshan coming through with a beautiful send, but then gets responded upon. The car flying on forward now. Pinkman have to hold up their end, as it is Tricks on the front line looking to see if they can clutch it out. Out comes the rush, the vehicle, the jump shot does save them at least for the time being, but Vazi needs to find more than that. The angle is in, Tricks is down. Yante and down. The vehicle, the jump shot does save them at least for the time being, but Vazi needs to find more than Delta. Now the last two left to defend the honor here of Tribe Eremacy.
Absolutely, it's a 2v1 situation. Delta won one side, then we have standing, and that is probably Roshan. But Roshan is trying to do all those grenades, but it's a 2v1 situation. Delta won one side, then we have standing, and that is probably Delta has the information on Delta. He confirms that elimination number on Roshan. It was not Roshan, it's Pinkman, the last one standing on so low HP. Is he gonna be able to survive or not? All that heavy artillery fire is going on from Gyante's side. AST is reviving their teammate. There will be a full foreman stacked up against that one solo player, Pinkman. A miracle needs to be pulled off from his side. A grenade is coming in from his side, but he gets spotted by Gyante, and still Gyante is reviving his teammate. Pinkman, it's getting difficult for him. Once again, Delta charges in. Delta gives a lot of damage. A grenade comes flying right from Rick's side, but Pinkman, you have to do something. You have to come forward. Delta gives a lot of damage. A grenade comes flying right from Rick's side, but forward. You have to look for those elimination points. He finds Rick, he takes him down. Elimination point is still not confirmed, and from two different angles he gets spotted, he gets damaged, and this vehicle push will definitely leave him vulnerable, and Tribe Eremacy will get this elimination confirmed, and a winner chicken dinner, a beautiful chicken dinner by Tribe Eremacy.
I mean, what a way to go, right? They started off with a little bit of a more of a reserved approach coming into these later few zone shifts, but when the opportunity presented itself, Tribe Eremacy grabbed it with everything available to them, coming through with a glorious finish. 12 eliminations from what we saw the last time, so absolutely phenomenal work from them there. That push just being absolutely glorious. And, well, Tribe Eremacy doing what they know they needed to do to come out at the tippity top there. Of course, one away to close it up. Who would have thought that we would have such an insane match? I mean, heaven was on fire, right? There was just players flying in from every which direction, trying to see who can all land on that roof and who can make the biggest impact in this game here. But Tribe Eremacy are going to be the one to walk away with that winner chicken dinner, the second to last Erangel, and that is it. Game number 4, all wrapped up.
Absolutely, we will be seeing those highlights when Team DX tried to go all in. Their vehicles were flying in. Before that Viper X knockout, they came all in with their flying vehicle. They got eliminated, all because there were 3 teams on that area. BTR was also there, Dingos was coming with third party, and then I guess the last team was Glue Squad, who also tried to get there, and that's where BTR got eliminated, and Glue Squad was the team who got those elimination points. But Kyante will get 6 elimination points, gets the share in those eliminations, and side by side the most valuable player is also Kyante from AST's side, ex-players of DRS, but now trying their level best to improve in this squad. AS3 Tribe Eremacy 6 elimination points, and definitely 817 damage will justify that these eliminations were his eliminations. I think this is the first MVP of the day who has good damage alongside good eliminations. Probably it was Roshan who had 8 eliminations with 1100 damage, and this time it's Kyante.
Yeah, some very strong performances indeed here. So well done to Gyante for getting the MVP of this match. But I think aside from that, we also got to commend the performance that we saw come through from D Xavier, right? 11 eliminations, that is all they were able to bag, but they didn't need much else, because that still allows them or awards them a 3rd place overall with regards to the points for this game. Absolute insanity. Regicide also coming in strong, finishing on the double digits alongside the players there from 4YLC. But Tribe Eremacy, 22 points in the bank, and absolutely amazing stuff. Same 9 though. showing the consistency, right? Yes, the last two games, they've not necessarily been having too much of an insane performance, but the points are there. They're consistently locking it in. And that is what you kind of need, right? To ensure that you finish strong come the end of day.
Absolutely, 30 points in the last two games by Sem9. 13 points, and this time they have 13 points. So, even Esports got a chicken in the previous. Only managed no nothing points, 0 points, no point. But on the other side, next array, they have 11 points in the previous match, and this time they also managed to get only 2 points. So yeah, there's a difference between the domination. There was only one consistent name throughout the previous 3 to 4 matches, and that was Sem9. And with this, they will dethrone Glue Squad. There was a 14 points difference after the match number 9, and now it's a 2 point lead by Glue Squad on Glue Squad by Sem9, and that is amazing. That is humongous.
Yeah, I mean, but we've kind of been seeing why this has been happening. Yes, aside from the aggression coming through from Sem9, Glue Squad, they've been having a bit of a tough run, especially on Erangel, right? And I think if they were able to kind of patch that up, things would look a little bit better for them. But we were talking about this earlier. Glue Squad only picking up, I think, what was that, 14 points across the previous 3 games. And now with this past match that we saw, only adding 5 additional points to that, it is not the kind of way or the kind of momentum that you want to try play for if you want to secure a strong place. But still, I mean, 96 points, it's nothing to scoff at. D Xavier, though, with those 11 points now, moving them up 3 slots all the way into 6th place. And Tribe Eremacy with that winner-winner chicken dinner, the 22 points getting added on top, puts them quite comfortably all the way in 8th position. 4YLC also moving all the way up into 16th. Other than that, we see a few of the teams from Group A getting moved down a little bit further, which makes sense. But now, A1 Esports also moving down a slot into 17th.
Absolutely, everybody sports is also moving down, but they need to work in their next matches, coming matches. But on the other side, 4BLC, yes, they had some good elimination points, 27 points in 4 matches. It's also a good number. If you compare this performance with the table toppers, not Sem9, I'm talking about Glue Squad. Glue Squad managed to get 20 points in the previous 4 matches, which is okay. But on another side, if you talk about the teams who are on the 4th page, yes, they need to step up big time. Nexarray with just 18 points. Viperix Knockout, they were on the 3rd page, I guess. Yes, they're going down 2 points, all because they did not get enough elimination numbers in the previous match. Voin Donkeys with 14, Champions Esports with 13. Champions, they skipped their matches because they only played 3 matches. TRS, I'm not going to play today. Talon is playing today, but Talon is not performing up to that mark. I mean, not just Talon. 1-for-1, Talon Halal, Exotron, and Team Bandit. All these teams are struggling badly.
Yep, they're having a bit of a tough run, but I mean, it's no surprise really looking at the performance that we saw come through from Sem9, right? If there's a dominating team out in the lobby, it is quite difficult for the rest of the teams to respond in kind. But there we have our chicken dinner takers so far for the day. Sem9, R3G, A1, and then, of course, Tribe Eremacy coming in hot off the press. But that means there's one thing left, right? 1 Miramar and 1 Erangel. That is all we have to figure out who will be sitting in the important spots come end of day. Because for Group B, right, you want to try and see if you can get yourself quite comfortably up into, I would say, at least the high position of page number 2. Because come tomorrow, there's nothing you can do. And as we know, only 19 teams in total will be moving through for the remainder of the season. So the pressure is definitely on.
Absolutely, the pressure is definitely on. But I have a question for you. How many points do you think Team Sem9 got in the... Just have a random guess.
In in the games for today?
Yeah, in today's games. 4 games.
Ooh. If I have to guess and not cheat, I'd probably say 50 points?
They got 61 points in the previous 4 games, and that is huge.
Wow, I mean, that's insane.
Yeah, that's the reason why they managed to dethrone Team Squad. No doubt, Glue Squad had 77 points, which is amazing. And even today, they had 20 points, which is not bad. In 4 matches, they can get a chicken dinner and probably end the day on 50 points or maybe more than that. But playing 4 matches and getting 61 points, that is humongous by Sem9. And they're focusing on elimination points. Side by side, their placement points are also really good. They got a chicken dinner in 2 matches. they were on the top spots as well. I guess in all four matches they were in top three. But let's see, can they convert it into an 80 point stay or not? Because if they do that, you can only say that there is one giant, or maybe the giant slayer, and that is Team 79.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at what we've had so far for the day, and yep, Sim9, they've been in the top 5 consistently. There's only one match where they placed outside the top 3, so no surprise to see 61 points. Wow, that's insane. They might give quite a bit of a run to Glue for the most points in one day, but we'll find out pretty soon exactly what that is. But of course, that means we've got 2 matches left to be either decided to see exactly if we're going to have an 80 bomb getting dropped in one day, and whether or not Glue Squad are going to look to try and do anything in response to the absolute insanity that Sem9 has been bringing on through. I believe we are going to be heading into a break while we get ourselves ready for this next match. So, yeah, we'll see you right back after. That's Sem9. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready to move into the final stretch, the last 2 matches of the day. Of course, we are getting into our final Murmur of day number 2 right here in the playoffs for the Asia Showdown Season 4, brought to you by Ladoma. Be sure to head over to platform.ladoma.com if you want to be part of all the crazy stuff happening on the Ladoma platform. But yeah, Aladdin, so far, a very, very exciting day. You were saying just before the break that Sem9 have been having an absolutely glorious run. 61 points being secured so far in just the past 4 games. And it's all going to come down to what they'll be able to do in these next 2.
Well, talking about the Miramar, yesterday we saw Team 9 playing some good amount of, getting some good amount of elimination numbers. Yeah, we can expect them to once again climb up the leaderboard. And same goes with Team Dingoes. They had 14 eliminations yesterday on the map of Miramar, but today Dingoes are playing a bit off. Even in their fights, the coordination is not there. They're not showing some signs of life. In every other fight feels like a dull fight for them. Even in this even this previous match, we saw Viperix knockout holding on that area. They must have heard some gunshots and they tried. They decided to go all in their vehicles, flying above Team Viperix knockout, and that's when Dingoes got eliminated. So I think they need to step up big time in this match. But moving onwards, we're talking about the flight path. It's definitely gonna be there. Moving from El Hazar to El Pozo, our dispersion is definitely gonna be there. Sam then going towards El Hazar. Some early on drop clashes are once again expected because teams are not abandoning their drop clash. That ego fight is still, going on because they know that they have to be in the top nine. They can definitely entertain themselves with some drop fights.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say no to the drop fights, right? It's pretty exciting. It does make it quite entertaining for us to watch as well, and of course, it does. I think to some extent challenge these teams to see if they can really hold their own in a situation where the odds are sometimes somewhat stacked against them. But so far, a decent zone to start us off as well here, as we can see it pretty much centered over on towards the lovely junkyard. So a lot of those far western squads will have to come through with quite a bit of rotation to get themselves onto this eastern edge. But El Pozo is going to be starting off with a little bit of that hot drop action. San Martin also right out of the gate, finding us in a bit of hot water. So 1 for 1 do secure themselves the first squad wipe. 4 eliminations already to their name.
Absolutely. The match started a few seconds ago and 1 for 1 getting those elimination numbers confirmed. This is brilliant by them, and they lost no player in the process. They lost nobody in the process, and that's the beautiful thing. One of the players was knocked out and he survived, I guess, because the opponent team, they have no elimination points, they have 0 elimination points. But here we have Sakodai indulging into a drop clash. And this time around, Dingoes are in front of them. DX, the Xaviers, they have to work on this. They have to win this fight without losing elimination points. That's not something that I want. That's something that the points table demands, because this team, they have their last 2 matches. This is their second last match, and then they will be playing their last match. If they lose this fight, somehow the pressure is definitely gonna be there. And Imsen comes with the first grenade, the beautiful grenade, and the confirmation is also there. Although the player from Dingoes is trying to, give some time to his teammate to get inside the cover, but Wrath, he is gonna follow with that ooze in his hands, and we know that how important his addition is in this team. And look at him once again, he moves forward, spotted Lamborghini, and took him down.
I mean, this is a good strategy coming here from Sekodai. They are just so efficient
Oh my God.
moving through these compounds. They do lose Himson in the process. So down to a 3-piece they go. So they could still maybe be a bit of an opportunity for retaliation here. The Xavier keeping the pressure pretty high as now Pekka tries to find a bit of a strafe, looking for the opportunity. Glue Squad also now hearing the barrage of gunfire up ahead, so they will get drawn closer and closer, but the jump is there. Wrath gets dropped on down. Things are starting to crumble. D Xavier can still maybe play a big upset here. 25-04, looking to survive. Oh, up they come, shotty to the face. And now it's a, potential maybe 1v1 here. As you can see, Nonzu just waiting patiently. Maybe gonna opt for the res onto Pekka, but it's a very risky play. We also do say goodbye to Hello.
Absolutely, he has no heals. It's a potential 1v4 that he needs to fall off. Shifts back to the AR, but once again, this UMP45 will not damage the opponent players. And look at him coming from the angle. Will Sakodai spot him out? And once again, the shotgun fires are there, but 2504, he's so low in HP, and there's another team who's coming in, and this time around, it's Glue Squad that wants to charge in. Somehow, 2504, he got a kid, and now he can probably revive his teammate too. But once again, Glue Stickly moves forward. He finds one of the players knocked out. He eliminates him, takes that credit all the way. And now, let's see if Glue Squad gets all in. They go all in. They indulge into this fight or not. But Natsu, he eliminates the last man standing of DX. And there goes DX down. There, DX gets eliminated. But wait a second. Is there another player who's still alive? We gotta watch out. But Team Dingoes, they eliminate Sakodai because Lee was revived. And as soon as he eliminates Dingoes, gets also taken down. there goes another team, and Glue Squad will get 3 elimination points in the process. What a perfect third party by them. What a perfect elimination confirmation. There was Team Deeks versus Sakadai going on. Although Levi's got revived, Dingo's eliminated Sakadai, and now the elimination numbers confirmation coming in from Glue Squad. And look at them, they have 3 points. But on another side, Pinkman, he also secures 4 elimination points, 3 by him and 1 by his teammates, and they also eliminated the team.
I gotta say, I appreciate the outfits, right? The look of the Glue Squad team. They look like the Power Rangers, so it's very exciting. But now it's gonna be T2K feeling the heat as Bandit turn the tables on them. They get the first play here. So T2K now down to a 2-piece. You can see the rest of the team now just trying to rotate well away from the pressure being applied. But Bandits, I think this is a good play for them. They only had 6 points coming into this match. So now securing those 2 eliminations does move them up a slot ahead of the players there from Halal Axatron. But will they be able to continue this momentum, right? They need to do a lot more if they want to stay in contention or even get close to it.
Absolutely. They're trying to send players back home, but they need to send more players, at least 10 more players back home and get a chicken dinner alongside. Because Bandit, if you look towards their points, they only have 6 points in the previous 4 matches. This is the 5th match. They need at least 20 points. But wait a second, RRQ, they were trying to get some elevation, and in the meantime, they got spotted and one of the players down, a couple of forces down, and now RRQ, they have to revive the teammate side by side. They have to, spot the players of T2K and eliminate them. I guess it's only one player here. T2K who was already left with last 2 players. They are playing in a split. Ajaya got spotted, and look at this beautiful mini 14 burst. Not a burst, but single taps by Lapar. Looked like a burst, or probably a spray. This is beautiful by Lapar, and he can definitely revive his teammate. But wait a second, there's another threat right on top, and he needs to eliminate him as well. It's Ignis that we're talking about. RRQ, the cavalry has to come forward as soon as possible. Lapar is reviving his teammate, and now here comes the rescue. Here comes the player. Look at the map there, trying to cover from 2 different sides, and RRQ will be back on 4 players, the 4-man force, and it's a 1v4 situation for T2K Ignis.
Well, it's going to be a pretty challenging play here, but it's going to be Lapar looking to flex on those MVP muscles as they move on forward. Oh! They get taken down, but ooh comes through with the saving play. The DVS to wrap it up, and with that, T2K get taken out. Not a single point to show for this 5th game of the day. RIQ, though, they are going to be feeling a little bit happy about this because they were able to secure 2 eliminations and it didn't cost them a single player. But at the same time, the zone is going to come to an end. We'll be focusing on where this next shift could be taking us, as the zone is all the way on the eastern side. So still quite a bit of pressure for our western teams. Now, RIQ, they have free reign. They can do what they want, at least for the time being. But if we move up into Hacienda del Patron, this is where things could get interesting because we got Bigatron by Vitality and 141 holding in the vicinity.
I mean, BTR knows that this is their second last match and they need to work right here, and they will probably try to, get things going in their favor. They're also looking for some elimination points. They're also looking for some teams and the outskirts, and it's Minas del Patron, Hacienda del Patron. That's the area where they're holding right now. There's no other team to accompany them. There are no neighbors, no good neighbors, no bad neighbors, no one whatsoever. So yeah, BTR looking more consistent than ever. They'll probably go for the chicken dinner as well, but it all depends. What is the plan of this team? What's the plan of action that Team BTR is going to follow? But on another side, it's A1 Esports. They got the chicken dinner in the previous and the second last match, and then after that they were unable to get good points. But now that they're forced into a fight with RRQ, how well are they going to perform? RRQ, they took one of the players down. Dutchrom is knocked out, and a retaliation is needed from A1's side. But unfortunately, look at the position of A1 Esports. It's not looking good. Looks like they cannot revive their teammate, and all the advantages are in the favor of RRQ because they have the elevation, they have the split, they have the map control and everything.
Yeah, they've got quite a bit of a controlling angle over A1 Esports here. Let's see whether or not there's going to be anything to come through here from A1 as CJ Boy is going to be looking to just get a little bit of that loot going, spreading a few of those meds to make sure that everybody is up in fighting form. But yeah, their Storm definitely won't get rezzed up now as they instead get a quick ticket back into the lobby. Rowdy gets found as well, and this is now RRQ deciding to move in. Full send coming through as the vehicles start flying on forward. Quick little bit of a nade here from Flash, but that's not going to be enough. It won't deter the advances as RRQ wraps up A1 Esports. But they're not going to be out of the woods just yet because there's even more pressure coming through as we've got Sam9 coming in on that northwestern side. So whatever RRQ needs to do, they're going to have to do it quickly.
Seems like the entire plan of RRQ is just take one down and then go all in, and that was the blunder by A1 Esports. Even when one of the players was knocked out, peeking and getting knocked by RRQ's player, getting another knock by RRQ player, that was a mistake in RRQ.
Hungry Jack's Cafe has brekkie all wrapped up. Brekkie is better at Hungry Jack's.
To like even connect some bullets to the players of RRQ, they just went all in. But 6 elimination points in the backpack, looking more promising than ever. This time around, RRQ looking for some more skirmishes, some more fights close by. They are going for some more, map control out there. For now, they are inside the zone. They do not need to go far away from each other, because spreads can be another reason that can put some difficulties on you. But yeah, Driver Messi once again on a rotation. They're outside the blue zone. They need to get inside the zone as soon as possible. I really want to see the zone as well. I request production to show us the zone so we really, know where the teams are going. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you so much, production. BTR is on the northwestern edge where they have to fight with probably Team Blue Squad. But on another side, if you talk about Team Driver Messi, yes, they have Semna in front of them, but Semna will not gatekeep them. They will not guard the zone. But yes, Wine Donkeys versus BTR, I think this is the possible fight that we're looking for, because BTR is just going all in on Wine Donkeys.
Yep, they are fully committing to the aggression here, and we love to see it. But let's now have a quick gander as to where this could be taking us, because there's a lot of movement coming in across the zone. There's going to be the Glue Squad, though, again, going for a very familiar approach, right? Kind of holding back, not really committing just yet, but they might consider to do so coming into these later few stages. It is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, especially with the players there from R3G up on that front line, but we'll find out soon what is going to be coming in from that now. Bigatron by Vitality getting ready for a little bit of pressure here as Voin Donkey is ahead of them, and Bigatron needs a way into this next zone.
Absolutely, the pressure is definitely going to be there. It's a 3v4 situation for BTR, and on the other side, they are outside the zone, so to focus on the zone first. The minute advantage is definitely not going to be there, but Glue Squad, they're also indulging themselves into a fight. R3G was gatekeeping for them, and now from a different angle, they will try to go inside the zone, because if they try to go here, R3G will definitely make things very difficult for them, and Glue Squad a bit more, safe approach from their side, going for the wraparound from the eastern side, and that's a good thing to do. But R3G, I believe they have Xbox in the control, and they can definitely eliminate him. But wait a second. Talking about the fights, Wine Donkeys, they got spotted by RRQ somehow, but here comes Xbox. He moves forward. He went all in. He was trying to take Pinkman down. The position of Pinkman is compromised, and with this beautiful grenade, he was about to take him down, and here comes the shotgun. Xbox is not stopping whatsoever. This guy is showing his brilliance on another level as the kill feed is going. The trades are going back and forth there, but here R3G is on the receiving side, and the only thing they're receiving is knocks out from the side of Glue Squad. And look at this, Roshan gets taken down, and Glue Squad said now they can go all in. Now they can go for those elimination points, because it's a 2v4 situation.
Well, let's see whether or not Glue is going to be able to stick it through here. Just a few more players left now for the side of R3G. One player up, the rest all slowly losing health. But the pressure is going to be on as the teams continue to push and apply themselves. The Blue also going to be nipping at their heels. And this is, where things get quite challenging for Glue, because they can't spend too much time here. They need to push forward as the zone is going to pull them further and further aside. But Voin Donkey going to be feeling all that pressure now descending down upon them as Glue and potentially even the players from the side of R3G could look to find a way to escape. Clue Squad, though, 5 eliminations up. They still have all 4 players. Don't know if it's going to be worthwhile taking engagement with Void Donkey at this point.
I mean, one Donkeys cannot also afford this engagement because Zone is not here, and the main disadvantage is with Team Wine Donkeys. So they also have to work their ways inside the zone. But wait a second, AST, they are taking a fight on some other side with Sam9 this time around. But Rage, ViperX knockout, those who want to join the party, Satria as low on HP, and with some crazy sprays by BTR's players, Sam9's player are gonna go down. Not BTR, I think it's ViperX knockout, who will try to take the players of Sam9 down. And now Yumeko is the last one standing. No more domination, no more chaos in the lobby. Sam9 is on the verge of elimination. Yumeko is the last one standing, and this time around ViperX knockout is the team who has 5 elimination points. So this is going to be a crazy match. If they manage to stay alive till the end, they can definitely have 15 elimination points. But BTR now have 3 players standing. They have 0 elimination points. In front of them, it's RRQ that we're talking about. They have 7 elimination points, and they are playing super aggressive. But here comes the grenade. Lapar is trying to take that first knockout, trying to break that barrier on BTR side. Both the teams are inside the zone. They're settling. But Lapar, you gotta watch out. His teammates are not here. If he gets knocked out, revival process is gonna be very late for him. But Bumblebee trying to dishing all these utilities. But on another side, it's RRQ versus Wine Donkeys going on. RRQ have a complete split across the map, and now they are eliminating the players of Wine Donkeys one by one. I guess last man standing on BD side, and BTR, they also want to join the party, and they are also trying to close in, although they were inside the zone, and still a wraparound was there. But Sendan Yumeko showing some signs of lives, and before he gets eliminated, he is trying to confirm some elimination points. Sendan already have 3 points, but Yumeko after this spray will probably compromise his position. But BTR, thankfully, they came back right on time for a revive.
I mean, what a statement being made by Sim9, right? Yumiko not going down without a fight. But speaking about fights, it is going to be RRQ and Void Donkey contemplating whether or not they want to continue the play, as RRQ is now focusing their efforts a little bit more towards the north. We do spot the players there from BTR just in the distance. Lapar looking to rotate up, looking to see the opportunity available, spots out the angle. Are they going to send it? Void Donkey get backed up, and off they go. 10 teams was what we had. Now down to the final 9. RRQ looking pretty confident here. 8 eliminations up. Are they going to be able to hit those double digits? Now it's just a matter of time. BTR though going to be hugging the ridge. They don't want to get caught out just yet, but this next zone shift is going to be the big decider here.
Absolutely. RRQ, the zone goes across all the way from the other side to the other side, and RRQ now they need side by side. The way they're sending everybody back home, this clearly tells us that RRQ, they mean some real business out there, and now they've decided to go for the push on BTR, because moving inside the zone, yeah, it's all right, it's important, but BTR, elimination of BTR is also equally important. Look at RRQ, they're going all in, but Bumblebee finds one, finds another. The solo player of BTR finds 2 players, and now the remaining 2 players are also joining the party. They want to get some elimination number confirmed on RRQ. They want to send them back home, and look at this, 2 players down. It's a 2v3 situation. BTR coming all in, and look at this, one more player is down. Naga Trio is also knocked out, and couple of foes is the last man standing. RRQ, the dominator, gets dominated by BTR, by Vitality, all because of one player decided to step up, and this time around it was Bumblebee who took 2 players down, and it broke Team RRQ, and now RRQ is on the verge of elimination. It's a 1v3 situation. Ken charging in, they have the position of the last man, and they are not letting him stay alive. They are going all in, and it's a fight between these 2 teams. It started like 15 or 10 minutes ago, but this romance is not over. RRQ versus BTR. Last man standing will be able to do thing. He took 2 players down, and he did a 1v3. What was that?
What? Oh my goodness! I mean, it looked like BTR had this one in the bag, right? It looked like it was theirs, like they were gonna get the jump on RRQ. but RRQ just deciding differently instead. Oh, coming in with an absolutely insane clutch up. 11 eliminations now secured for RRQ. I was gonna say that the hunter became the hunted, but RRQ not backing down just yet. Now it is going to be the next potential play at hand. Sem9 also going to get taken out of here as they are off with 3 points to their name. Glue Squad coming through, still looking pretty confident. 7 eliminations. But RRQ, what are they going to do from here? There's not much left. As a solo, it really complicates this whole situation.
Absolutely, they were the predators of the lobby, but now Viperix knockout will seal the deal for themselves and RQ gets eliminated. But what a play by them. I mean, just like BTR's players, I also took the fact lightly. I thought they will just do it. They will just do it. It's just one player. It's a 3v1. I mean, it's so easy. But RRQ, they had a different plan. A brilliant 1v3 by a couple of O's. And it will definitely put a lot of pressure on BTR by Vitality. But yeah, they allowed him to do that. That's where it gets, interesting. But Glue Squad, 7 elimination points. Now that they know that Sem9 is eliminated, it's time to get the first spot back. And that's what they're doing. They have 7 total points. And now, after this, second dinner, or maybe even if they end in top 3, the lead is definitely going to be there on the first spot. But Sem9, they do not have any matches left to play after this last match, obviously. And I think it will be down to the last game where Team Glue and Sem9 will fight for the first spot. But on another side, the rotation is definitely going to be there. Glue Squad have an opportunity to put the lead, even if their next match will not go good. They will still have some decent points for Sem9 to cover. But Talon Esports this time around, they're trying to survive. All 4 players managing to be inside the 7th zone, 7th stage. Another team who we thought that will dominate. So now they did not get a good start, but this time around they're trying to get things going with a little bit of slow approach, so they may get the momentum that they need.
Yeah, well, as we can see, that momentum can get activated at any point, right? These teams just going absolutely crazy. There's only 6 left, so there's not going to be too much of that insanity. I say that, and of course I could be horribly wrong, right? Because at any point the teams could turn this whole entire match on its head. Glue looking pretty good though. 7 points is going to make sure that they are still sitting quite comfortably in their current position here. Sem9, I like the push that they applied coming into this match, but unfortunately, as we saw, it's not really panning out all too great here for them. Now, Talent just ahead here of Glue could definitely cause a few problems along the way, but is that going to be enough to deter? Rotation coming through from Glue Squad.
Absolutely, but if the circle goes away from Glue Squad, the real problem is gonna start then, because on one side it's one, on another it's Talon, and on the third side it's Viperix Knockouts. Glue Squad, they are pinched from every possible side, and look at this, 1-for-1 charge. Takes one of the player down. Talon Sports are coming in from the grenade with the grenades, and if it hits right on the target, Glue Sports will face a lot of problems. And look at Talon Sports, they are just going all in, and look at those beautiful grenades. Once again, the revivals were there. Glue Squad back on their feet. It's a 4v4 situation for them, but such utilities can definitely cause a lot of problems. But wait for the zone. If the zone goes away from here, the survival of Glue Squad, it will definitely be in trouble. But Viperix Knockout Alpha, he's not making any noise. He wants Team Glue Squad to take the bait, and once they try to charge here, maybe they know the position. Yes, they do know about the position of Alpha, so they are just also trying to give some damage here. Viperix Knockout, they just have to wait for the zone, because Glue needs to move inside, and once the zone goes away, things will look pretty much tense for this team. But Talon Sports, they need elimination points. They need those elimination confirmations, because only survival points are not gonna push you away on the points table. Wait a second, zone goes away from Team Blue Squads, and it goes away from Team Viper X Knockout, but Viper X Knockout is busy in a fight with Bandit where they are taking down the players of Bandit and also confirming those elimination points. Now we have to see where Glue Squad is gonna go because they have so many challenges in every possible avenue.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one now. Talon having to face the music as the push comes through. Glue Squad moving up, as you said. Talon, they need those points, right? They've not been able to secure a single elimination, but so far so good. Shield with a beautiful nade is going to open up the door here. Noel and Xbox, the final two contenders, looking to make a difference here. Glue Squad, they know they just need to apply a little bit more pressure, but it is not going to be an easy one because Talon, yes, they might not have been doing all that much this game, but so far they're not going to be backing down just yet. Quick rotation. They've got their players now looking to bounce back. The pressure's still riding pretty high on the side of Glue. A big helping hand coming through there from the side of 141, but Sirius now taking serious damage. Headshots are in. Down they go. The confirmation is up. 141 now. Getting taken down. 141. But 5 squads remain. You can see the numbers looking pretty grim at the top of the screen there. I mean, a few squads running away with elims and a few others still having to climb all the way back up.
Absolutely, 141 also joins the party. But 141, they could have done better in this third party. But wait a second, Glue Squad, they are also in a bit of pickle now. They have only 2 players, one from on that abandoned vehicle, trying to survive on a different angle. But Glue Squad, also another grenade, and this time around KF will shut down another player of Talon Esports. So Talon is down to the last man standing, but KF, he gets dealt with a beautiful spray by Voltrix, and now Team Glue Squad once again trying to revive the teammate, but they have 10 elimination points, and this is crazy. This is amazing. 1-for-1, only 2 players left behind, but Glue Squad, they can get some elevation and try to get some elimination points on that side too. But in the meantime, Bandit Squad gets eliminated by Team Viper X Knockout, and Viper X Knockout, they have 4 players standing with 10 elimination points. Some giants are also here this time around. Glue Squad and Team Viper X Knockout, they are just dominating the entire lobby. Also, 1-for-1 have 8 elimination points, but they don't have the zone, they don't have the players, they don't have the cover, they don't have the utilities to play with. But Team Blue Squad, they have decided to push forward, and this time around they are charging in on the last man standing of Talon Esports, but they gotta watch out. 1-for-1 is also waiting for you to cross this area. Once you do that, they will welcome you with those beautiful sprays.
Well, let's see whether or not Talon is going to be able to survive. Boy, just quickly retreating, falling back into safety, trying to get that coverage going. But now it's going to be Glue Squad looking to apply themselves. They push on. The jump shot is there. Oh, what a play, though. But then, of course, it is going to be the players here from Viper KO looking to play the upset as they come rushing on forward. 1-for-1. This could be a golden opportunity for them because all the other squads are facing off against each other, so that would alleviate a lot of the pressure they could be facing coming into this final stage. Now, Alpha Boy looking to cook up the nades, sending it out, pushing forward. Lord is down, so 3 players still looking to make a big difference here. GokuBot trying to play that off angle, looking for the opportunity. They do know that there's 1 player potentially just hanging rather in the wing. Noel, player standing between them, and a clear shot on the edge of the zone. Glue Squad goes down. Beautiful play. And that is going to be it, at least for Viper. 13 eliminations, and 1-for-1 now has the opportunity to come rushing forward, but they are going up against a full squad.
Absolutely, it's a 2v4 situation. On one side, it's Viper X Knockout. They have 4 players standing. They have the best area inside the zone. And on another, it's 1-for-1 with 2 players, K2 and Voltrix. And look at Viper X Knockout. They're not shying away. They're not putting it on. They're just pushing. They're just going all in. And Voltrix, as he takes down 1 player, is he gonna do a miracle? Is he gonna do that? The answer is a big no, because Alpha will lands the final blow from the.
To them getting a very well-earned winner chicken dinner. GokuBot wanted Lord and Alpha Boy doing some phenomenal work right here. But hey, right, they waited till the second to last opportunity to come in clutch, and they rose to the occasion. But of course, we got to give a big shout out here to our MVP coming through with 4 eliminations and 900 damage.
Absolutely, Kitan coming up, stepping up big time. 4 eliminations with 900 damage. 6 or 7 eliminations, and yet he was not the MVP. All because he had probably lesser amount of damage and lesser amount of knockouts as well. But yeah, credit goes to every player, specifically Gokubor and Kitan. And Kitan is the most valuable player here from this team. 1 for 1, they played brilliantly. But wait a second, Kitan is from 1 for 1. Gokubot is from Viper X Knockout. I'm so sorry, I mixed it up. But yeah, even after getting eliminated on the second spot, if you become MVP, it clearly means that you dominated better than everyone else. But yeah, this was the match where we saw RRQ starting the domination and then Team Viperx Knockout ending it beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta love these plays that we've seen so far. But the big question is now, of course, what does the match rankings look like? Where do these teams find themselves and who's been able to do the most? Because this game has been super aggressive, right? So many teams just absolutely capitalizing on elimination. So it's going to be a very contentious play moving through the last game of the day. But it is going to be Viper Knockout sitting at the top of the board here with 25 points, 15 eliminations. Glue Squad coming in with 11. RRQ coming through with 11 as well. 1 for 1, picking up 8, securing themselves 14 total points. What an exciting day, though. But look at that. Quite a few teams, 5 squads getting sent back to the donut shop, having no points to show for the second to last game.
Look at the competition. If you look towards the top teams, I think the top 4 teams, in fact, in top 8 teams, we have 6 teams who were not even in top 8 in the previous match. Just think about this. Top 6 teams in 8 teams were the teams who were in the bottom 8 teams in the previous match. So yeah, the competition is getting sky high. In one match, you will get 20 points, and another you will get 0 because you will get eliminated. Every team has that capacity, the capability to eliminate you. But moving onwards, Clue Squad will get the first page and the first spot for themselves with 10 points lead this time up against M9. Then we have T2K and Regicide. Regicide will jump 3 spots with 65 points, and that's a decent number. They just need 5 to 7 more points to confirm their spot. And on fifth spot, it's PTR by Vitality. On sixth, it's RRQ, and RRQ is also dominating in terms of elimination numbers.
Yeah, the domination is going to be the way to go. But speaking about numbers, right? Viper KO with that phenomenal match is going to be jumping 9 positions all the way up into 11th place, or like I sometimes like to say, 11th position. So a very interesting play coming through from them. The big question though is going to be, will they be able to maintain that momentum, right? Will they be able to push it through into the last match of the day and go beyond the second page, so solidify their position on page number 1? Because essentially that is the spot that the teams are going to look to play for. Other than that, things looking pretty much same over on this side here. A1 Esports also getting moved on down because of that jump coming through from Viper KO. But now the second page, 1 for 1. Hey, they woke up, right? Came in with a beautiful clutch up, 22 points to walk away with, 6 slot jump. It is going to put them quite comfortably on 19. So for today, they are going to be the gatekeepers, at least for the time being, to see who will be allowed into that top 19 and who won't.
Absolutely. These 14 points are going to give a little bit of jump to 1for 1 Esports. But side by side, we have Team Nigeria who needs to play some good matches. Wine Donkeys and Team Talent Esports. All the Talent got some good points in the previous match. They got 4 points. Not very good. Yes, they tried to survive, but they were unable to perform in the fight where they had to face Glue Squad. All the Glue Squad had no zone. They were welcomed with some utilities. 2 players were knocked out, but Talent did not push. And in that situation, when Talent had every possible advantage, they lost 2 players and they lost the fight from Team Glue Squad. So they need to step up big time. Champions are not playing. Team Bandit, they have 12 points, which is not good. DRS, they will play tomorrow. Halal Exitron, they have 7 points, which is also not good. So yeah, there's one team from Bangladesh who is trying to step up, and that is A1 Sports, and then another who is in the bottom spot and need a good match, a big match, and this has to be that match, because if you end your day, if you end your 6 matches with just 7 points, it's not a good day, it's not a good start.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough one to try and bounce back from. But hey, who don't need bouncing is going to be our chicken dinner takers so far for the day. Of course, we've now added Viper KO into the mix, taking the final Murmur and making it theirs. That means there's one more match to go. Erangel, that is going to be the big revealer to see what Group B will have in store for us. But of course, on that one, we are going to be heading into a quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you back in a short few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We're getting ready for the final match right here in the Asia Showdown Season 4, brought to you by Ladoma. Now, Aladdin, it's been magical, right? The teams have been bringing in heat. They've been bringing in surprises. They've been absolutely aggressive, filling up the tubs and then going beyond that. But the big question is, what do you think? Who's going to be the team to step it up in the last match? Will we see some repeat offenders, or could there be a new team on the rise?
Well, I think that it will be someone from the bottom side. Probably Tarani Sports will try to step up big time. And side by side, it can be Wine Donkeys. Just like we saw Avon Esports coming up and getting a chicken in one match. So probably it will not be a 12 or 15 elimination points match. But yes, with 7, 8 eliminations, someone from the bottom side will try to step up. What's your prediction?
I have to agree with you. I definitely think it's going to be one of the teams that, realize that this is going to be that deciding match for them to really let it loose and show us, how much of an impact they can try and make coming into the final stretch here of the day. But as we know, this is the final play for Group B, right? So Bigatron, Vitality, T2K, Tribear, Missy, DXavier, Sem9, Glue Squad, Regicide, Sekudai, and RRQ. This is it, right? Whatever they can't pull off whatever they can't pull off or manage in this game, that's it, right? So you're going to have to try and play the most aggressive or best performing game that you've been able to do so far. And speaking of which, it is going to be go time as we hop straight to it. Coming in onto Erangel with a fairly decent flight path.
Absolutely, the flight path is cutting the map from the center right from shooting range towards melta power, as I mentioned previously, like a slice from the katana. But yeah, the slide path is not gonna be very difficult, but the circle, I really want to see the circle because as we head on to the last stages of any tournament, the circle, it starts to shift towards some weird spots, probably military side circle, 100% military side circle, or probably like a Lipovka side circle, a Kameshki Stolber side circle. These circles are usually difficult to play, but wait a second. Let's see where the circle's gonna go. And side by side, we have to focus on those early on fights, those drop clash fights. Previously, we saw two teams fighting in Zarki. Just imagine Zarki, where nobody wants to go. Two teams were going there and they were taking a drop clash.
It's pretty crazy. But I was just taking a quick gander at the point situation, and what I noticed is that the entirety of Group B is in the top 9, right? All the top nine, all the entire top 9 is Group B. So if Tribe Airbus wants to ensure that they finish strong at the end of the day, they're gonna have to really try and fly up those overall standings. And speaking of which, of course, there we go. We have the zone now being revealed as well. It's going to be taking us.
Mornings can be full on. If you're looking for some extra energy to kickstart the day, try Blackmore's Energy B12 Wrappy Melts. High potency, great tasting, and it just melts in your mouth. Take your vitamins while you take on the day.
Performing team from their group, so I'm excited to see just how much they're going to look to apply themselves coming into this game. But as we know, the pressure is pretty high, so if Halal Axtron is going to look to do anything, this will have to be that match, and they're going to have to go for gold. They're going to have to get the winner chicken dinner if they want to place anywhere in that top 19.
Absolutely, not just Halal Exatron, but side by side, Team Bandit have to fight with DX that they have in the area of Pochinki. It's an earlier skirmish where Team DX will lose one player. Levi's is knocked out. They didn't lose him, but yeah, he's knocked out. Bandit need to win this fight. Wait a second, 2504 comes in with the crossbow, and he takes one player down. But wait a second, Bandit this time around they come right back in, and the trades are going back and forth. One knocked out confirmation from Bandit's side, and now Levi's is also down. Paragen coming all in with the AK in his hands, trying to take that space. But yeah, Bandit, they need to come back together. It's a 1v1 that Bandit needs to win. But on the back of it, yes, Pulsar will move forward. He will eliminate Levi's. Look at Paragen. He got surprised because his opponent was not there. He thought that he is here. But yeah, DX, it's a 2v4 situation for them. Revives are coming in from Bandit's side, and it's not looking good.
I mean, respect to Bandit for trying to shake it up coming into this last match, but DX Xavier, I'm not quite sure if that was the best decision to make here for Bandit. They could have chosen any team. Chinky, always such a challenging spot to contest, but let's see whether or not they can have it. Oh, Lamborghini, though, gets dropped on down. Paragen trying to close it up. So close to walking away victorious. God. And there we have it. Bandit Esports. Off they go. 2 points up. DX Xavier will live to fight another potential zone. But what a costly engagement. They lost 2 of their players, so it just shows you Bandit came that close to ending it here for DX Xavier.
Absolutely, Dingoes will win the fight, but they will lose the players. But side by side, look at Bandit. They only managed to score 2 elimination points, and now they have 12 points in 6 matches. Not a good start. In fact, a pathetic start, you can say. 6 matches and only 12 points. They need 70 points or 60 points tomorrow. And I don't think so that Lobby will allow them to take such points in the last 6 matches. So yeah, they will have to focus on the last chance now. They cannot qualify from here. Top 9 will qualify from here to the next stage. And look at top 9 number, 57 already. And some of the teams they have to play 6 matches tomorrow. So yeah, points table will shift completely. If you have 30 or any less than that, you need to be worried. You need to start get worried about it. 1-for-1, they are coming up against Team Talon Esports in a fight where Talon have this standoff. Although 1-for-1 already confirmed 3v4 situation for them, but still Talon will not get things going so easily because they already know that the pressure is also on them. They will not allow their opponents to eliminate them so easily. But look at this. What a beautiful grenade. What a beautiful grenade by Voltrex. Right on the face of Shields, and Shield is broken.
I can tell you, Shields did not see that one coming. Right.
Yeah,
I also didn't see
absolutely.
that one coming. That's a
No one
beautiful
saw
name.
that coming.
What an upset. But at least, you know, a little bit of a saving grace here is that everybody that's not in Group B knows exactly what they need to bring in come tomorrow's games, right? Those final 6 matches. So I'm not going to be too worried about the teams, you know, from 11th place further down. But if you're in Group B, right, Tribe Air Missy, you're going to have to solidify your position here because I think there's only 2 squads that have some form of certainty when it comes to securing a top 9 position, right? That's going to be Glue Squad as well as Sem9, sitting on 112 and 102 points. I don't think they have too much to worry about because the closest to them is nearly, well, almost, 40 points away. Well, that's 33 points if we want to be a little bit more exact about it. But either which way, it does provide them with quite a bit of a barrier. So, you know, great play that both these squads have been able to secure so far here today. But that's going to be up to the rest. Looking to see if Group C can try and play a little bit of a catch-up here. Are they going to look to finish the day on a strong foot? Viper KO, definitely the team to potentially do that. But 1 for 1, I would also say not a team to really discount at this point, right? Because they are just laying into the side of Talon. Exceptionally difficult for them, and Talon now just has a call. That is all they have to show for this game. Are they going to be able to close it out? The solo can sometimes still play a major upset, but no. With a shotgun to the face, so much you can do.
Absolutely, they did not allow him to do anything to pull any miracle off. But next, Roy, on another side, they're indulging themselves into a fight with R3G. It's a rich fight with R3G. They have 3 men, and yet they allow Next Luck to take one player down, takes another. 2 players are knocked, and both are eliminated. And look at R3G. They just got eliminated. They just got obliterated. What just happened with them? This was a 4v4 fight, and it ended within like 5 seconds. And what a play by Team Next Esports.
Yeah, Nexery just looking to make the next story, I guess, happen over here because
Absolutely.
What an upsetting angle that has been. But now the big trouble comes through, right? Seeing that 3rd place to 9th place is so close with regards to points, right? There's only 12 points currently separating 3rd from 9th. For R3G, they're going to be worried come tomorrow because if, you know, Group A and Group C go to town and they just double down on the aggression, we're going to be seeing quite a bit of a shift coming in with regards to these points. So, yeah, best of luck to the remainder of Group B. But now, Nexery, they're going to be looking to just clear it up as they move further and further afield. Nice push up on towards that northern side, but they could find themselves bumping right into the Glue Squad.
Absolutely, Nexery, if they win this fight, if they somehow manage to fight, they will get 8 points. That will push them on the points table. But wait a second, the first player was taken down, but a trade comes in from the Glue side as well. Neo is stuck here. Grenades are coming in from Luck's side, and he needs to revive his teammates. Smokes need to pop off, because if they don't, then Glue squad can definitely come in from different side, eliminate these points, eliminate these players. But it's just the last man standing, and that is Neo. But he comes out and confirms that elimination points and takes down another player. That was a blunder by team. You can say that was a blunder by Team Next Esports, because now that one of the players down, BTR is coming for a 3rd party. BTR is not gonna stop. It's a 2v4 situation. They're going all in. And next week, will they revive their teammate? Before I ask that question, BTR will take another player down and eliminate them. Once again, it is going to be a 2v4 as Nexery will revive their teammate, but they don't have the play area. They don't have the minute advantage. Everything is in the favor of BTR, and if they decide to push forward, they will eliminate the rest of the players.
Well, let's see whether or not that is going to be on the board here for them. Now, Bigatron by Vitality looking to come in with a bit of an upset here. Federales already getting whipped out of that vehicle. Good defensive angle here from Nexery, but will it be enough? Jump shot up, cheeky window. Bumblebee going to be looking to buzz on through, and down goes Nexery as Bigatron secure themselves a beautiful squad wipe. I mean, the teams are just starting to crumble all over the place. But looking at what we saw looking at that eastern side of zone, it is going to be absolutely sweaty to make entry there and even just defend. But now, T2K looking to go up against the side here of Tribe Eremacy. Tribe Eremacy finding a good opportunity. Ilya is going to be the last hope left for their squad. And down they go. Tribermacy coming through with even more eliminations to their name now.
Absolutely, Trevor Messi sending another team back home, and this time around it was Team T2K, and what a play by this team. Gyante once again coming in with a 1v BTR versus Team Trevor Messi. Both the teams, they have 4 elimination points in the backpack, so we can say that both the teams will try to force themselves into this fight. But BTR, they're falling back because they know that this is not a good area, and I already mentioned this yesterday, that this hill close to these compounds, it's one of the worst hills to hold on, because you know that the teams who are rotating from the eastern or western or any side, they will definitely get an angle on you. So yeah, the way Team BTR abandoned that area, that will definitely get a lot of appreciation. But the zone is gonna get the next shift. Let's see, where is it gonna go? 1 for 1, still taking that blue juice. BTR, they're close to the center. Even esports, they are in the center, dead center, we can say, but the next circle is gonna move backwards towards the northeastern side. Team YPX knockout after this previous second enough. They are another happy team because they have the zone alongside T2K, alongside AST and Team BTR. But 1 for 1, they will get the zone entry so easily. No one is there to guard the zone for them. On the side of Water City, there are some teams who are trying to indulge themselves into a fight, and Sam9 is also nearby. They're also trying to spray some players down and, gatekeep some rotations. But yeah, the circle shift is going to force them to place themselves into a better spot.
Oh, well, better spots definitely could be something to try and capitalize upon as we now wait to see how this will all unfold. Ruins usually an interesting position to try and play from, but I think with it being on the southern side of zone, it is not going to be some angle that the teams can look to make too much of, because there's a lot of water ahead of them, and as we saw, all the other teams situated much further towards that northern side. So if Sem9 wants to do something, they will definitely have to start mobilizing and firstly either applying themselves over towards D Xavier or going for a bit of a swim, because the longer they wait, the tougher the angle will be, or that rotational pathway to move in towards this next phase. And especially with those bridges crossing the river, there's always a little bit of chaos happening over on that side.
Absolutely. It's a calm before the chaos. It's a calm before the storm. For now, all the teams are focusing on the rotation. Sem9, there are outside the circle, like one of the players outside the circle, and the rest of the team is inside the circle. But they need to find a better way. They need to find a better way to get inside the zone. This is not a good spot. This cannot guarantee them a chicken dinner. But inside the zone, there are some fights going in. Wine Donkeys, they're indulging themselves into a fight with 4YLC, and what a grenade by Mochi. I guess the same grenade that Voltrix used. It's kind of the same. Mochi, probably he just went blinding. I mean, he just sent a blinder on Zoro, and maybe Zoro he didn't have it coming. But yes, 4YLC, they need their teammates to come here and revive. They'll probably not do that because Wine Donkeys, they have the entire map control here. They have the entire zone control. So Zoro will be left to bleed out. And now the players will have to continue the game with only 2 players. But inside the zone, it's A1 Esports was also trying to, fight, get some elimination points. Dingos versus Sem9 is also going on. So many fights on so many avenues. As I said, it's the calm before the storm, and the storm is going to start in a few seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the big storm. I don't know if there's any umbrella that will be able to help shelter what is about to come through here, but we'll find out soon enough. Tribermacy, though, I'm going to be looking at their position up on towards that northern side of zone, right? It looks very familiar to what we've seen from them in previous Erangels. So last time we saw them in a position like this, it turned out quite well. So the pressure is going to be on, the expectation is there, but of course they're occupying that compound that you were referring to earlier, right? It's not necessarily always such a good spot to try and play out of, but with it being up onto the north, it does allow them a bit of an opportunity. Now, down on towards that far southern side, it's going to be A1 and Sem9 finding themselves in a bit of a standoff here. Rowdy to say howdy to Yumiko, but not necessarily making the needed connections here.
Well, Sen9, they have an opportunity here. After the elimination of Blue Squad, they can climb back towards the first spot. But playing like this, losing your players and not getting elimination points, it's not gonna reward you more points. You need 10 points minimum. Minimum 10 points from here in order to dethrone Blue Squad. But without getting elimination points, you cannot do that. But A1 Esports, they will spot the players. The Point Donkeys who were trying to rotate. You don't have the cover, that's from. You need to wake up. You need to realize this is not a cover area. Yes, he is trying to get elimination number confirmed. He has a buggy on the backside. But Point Donkeys, Zeta is down. There are some other teams who are trying to get close. Even Esports going for the wrap around. They want to charge in from a different angle. And look at CJ. Boy, he has a brilliant angle which will find Mochi. But Mochi, as soon as he realized, he jumped into the water instantly. The elimination confirmation is going to be there by CJ, but even Esports, they're playing with a different stance now. Now they're charging in. They know that it's a 2v4 situation. CJ Boy getting out in the open. Deadstorm on another side finds Jamaico, but Sam9 will come from the backside with a backstab, and Deadstorm gets taken down. Flash gets taken down. One by one, the players of A1 are going down and getting eliminated from two different sides, and that's the disadvantage of split. That's a disadvantage when you don't realize that there are two teams, that when you don't realize that someone is coming from the backstab.
Yeah, but I think for A1, aside from that split, right, they really have to keep a very close eye on even just, I think that was RIQ that's situated just ahead of them. So quite a few surprises could still be had, but now the blue is going to start to make its way on through here. As RQ starts to rotate up, looking to ride that ridge. They do lose one of their players to the blue. Viper is going to be the next team to fall in 11th place. 1 point awarded to them. But here we go. 6 eliminations currently in the bag here for RRQ. Are they going to be able to find even more? Of course, that team up on the bridge that I was referring to obviously is not RRQ. As, well, they're all the way up into towards the northern side. But it's not going to take them... It's not going to take anything away from them, as they do still find a few teams rotating up alongside them. You can see Tribe Eremacy also now starting to make their way on forward. Halal Axatron also just on the edge there, so there is going to be even more chaos now about to unfold. Tribe Eremacy Gante going to be looking nice and comfortable, not going to be looking to be all two-faced just yet. As Tribe Eremacy now need to just slightly move forward to get themselves back in towards the zone. But this could be absolutely devastating now for Halal Axatron.
Absolutely, AST trying to get into a fight with Halal team, but this time some grenades are coming in, all flying, and Halal will get taken down. Look at this, one of the players knocked out, and now Mad Cat will also have to face the fury of these grenades, and AST, they are moving forward with, they want to proceed this fight, and now they're getting aggressive. Look at Delta, he's also going all in, but behind the scenes, there is another team behind all that area. There is Team RRQ who wants to charge in, who wants to do a third party. Gante gets taken down. Belalta move forward, gets the elimination number confirmed. Halal Exitron, they have the last man standing, and once again RRQ comes in. In fact, this time BTR also joins the party. Everybody wants to get their crosshairs on Team AST, and now Delta gets taken down and gets eliminated. Team AST, they have to be really careful. They need to eliminate Team Halal Exitron as soon as they can, and then they have to settle down as well. But once again, the last man standing is left behind. 90 degrees is the last man standing, and Greg is going to deal with him with a beautiful grenade. The grenade goes, but still did not find a player. But 97 degree, he stood up, took one player down, but his position got revealed, and in all that process, AST will get another elimination point, and now they have 8. They will send another team back home, and BTR, as soon as they realize that the fight is over, they also wanted to join in, but yes, Rick will shush him back and hush him back towards the safe side, and now they have the time to put those bandages on and once again settle in, but BTR still trying to get that opening.
Yep, and they are not going to be backing off anytime soon. RRQ also still in it, but are they going to be able to win it? We don't quite know. 2 players, 6 eliminations. Some pretty tough odds stacked against them here. Fortunately for them, Tribe Eremacy is going to be looking to disengage and instead prioritize that zone positioning as they now move forward. Oh, yeah, but
my God.
BTR, they're not adopting
far.
the same approach here. Again, could cause trouble as RRQ now. Oh, yeah. No, they down to a solo. I don't see that res coming through anytime soon. A1 also going to be looking to apply a little bit of pressure here as Gyante and the rest of Tribermacy are going to be looking to descend the hill. Still, 8 eliminations to their name. A lot more up for grabs. RRQ, unfortunately, will get stripped out here with 6 eliminations to their name as we now enter the top 5, the last few teams to make a rush for those points.
Absolutely, but AST, this was not the good spot to hold. They went all in an open area, and BTR, they had the opening, they utilized it perfectly, and they took 2 players down. Now, Rig is the last man standing. It's open terrain where utilities are going to come in, but before that, Kent, he sprays down the last man standing, and Rig gets eliminated. BTR gets 10 elimination points, and AST is no more in the game, but the domination of BTR, it has to be stopped by any team. But for now, A1 Esports is going to try and do that. Sakadai is also there, but they will fight with Sem9 for their survival. It's a 3v3 situation on that side where Sakadai will turn it into a 2v3. They need to heal themselves as well and then finish that fight as soon as possible. Although BTR is not inside the zone, they are looking for a better spot inside the zone, but Sakadai, I really want to see where they are and which area is being held by them. But yeah, there is one more team who is staying away from all that fight. They have the map control for them and every possible advantage, and that is A1 Esports. This time around, they will gatekeep team BTR on one side, and they're confirming elimination points on Sakudai on another side.
Well, let's see whether or not A1 can maybe get a little bit of an angle here, as they do have still quite a bit of a spread. Not necessarily the worst thing that they could have at this point. Sem9 are going to be taken down to a solo, potentially, unless, of course, that res can be brought through on time. But with that, Yumiko gets confirmed, so now it is 100% a solo.
Oh my God.
Look at that. CJ Boy also getting a very abrupt end to their play. Now, Deathstorm holding nice and steady. Not quite looking all too favorable here, especially not with Bigatron by Vitality just rotating alongside them. Rowdy just joining the party here. Deathstorm trying to keep them at arm's reach, but this is not going to be the way. Bigatron by Vitality, they want to go for 13 eliminations minimum.
Absolutely. In the meantime, Semnen got eliminated by Team Sakudai. But wait a second, BTR versus A1 East. This is the fight for Chakanena. But Sakudai, they have to do a third party over here. But they're so far away inside the zone chilling. There's no one to challenge them. But here, A1 Esports Deadstorm in on one side, and then we have another player on another side. Rowdy and Deadstorm have to pull this miracle off. They need to win this fight. BTR by Vitality, we're about to take one player down, but Ken gets taken down in return because he was compromised, and Rowdy, he gets the better of him. But Team A1 Esports, they cannot charge in, but they're still trying to charge in. Deadstorm, look at him. He pushes forward, did not give time to his to the teammates of BTR to revive, and Rowdy is also joining the party. But Deadstorm, if somehow he manages to take another player down, things will look easy for him. But look at Bumblebee, still trying to buzz on his head. But wait a second, Rowdy gets so close. Bumblebee versus Rowdy, it's a 1v1. On another side, it's Deadstorm versus another player. But look at this, Sakudai comes in, joins the party, takes down one player. But BTR will deal with A1 Esports in the meantime. Back to a 2v3 situation, Sakudai versus BTR. But BTR, they need to get the first knockout. They don't have the zone area. Bumblebee gets spotted by Himson, and now it's a 1v3. Himson will get the position of the last man standing, but before that, before he does anything, he gets taken down. Now Wrath and Rodzu are the last two players versus PTR's one player.
I mean, it went from crazy to absolutely insane. Now, Wrath, Nodzu up on the high ground. Razy holding that nice and steady on the lower ground here. The zone is going to shift as well. It is not really playing at anyone's favor. But who will be the team to bank that winner chicken dinner? Bumblebee can all but relay information to their teammate. Other than that, there's not much else to do. With Bumblebee. They're going to be saying that there's something cooking right on the ridge. Nodzu taking a little bit of damage, but Razy having a really tough time locking in the play. But this allows, of course, now for Sekadai to get themselves back into the swing of things as they bring all three players up on their feet. This is looking very, very tough now for Bigatron by Vitality to clutch it out. Not impossible, but not very likely.
Absolutely, they need to clutch it out, but it's a 1v3 situation. I guess the position of Rizzy block is also revealed on Sakudai, but they are still trying to wrap him around. But
Survivor, Australia versus the world.
It's like the Olympics of Survivor.
trying to deploy a smoke to maybe give a fake information to Nodzu, but Nodzu has an idea, and here comes a grenade. But the grenade is not going to land on the last man standing. BTR by Vitality gets exposed from the left side, and Himson will shut him down and will seal the deal and confirm a chicken dinner for his team. I guess this is the first chicken dinner by Team Sakodai today.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, it's a bit odd to say that, but hey, they did it. Well done. Took them 6 matches to get the job secured, but they eventually did exactly that. But what a way to close it off, right? Bringing quite a bit of excitement into the final stage. And what's interesting is that they were actually a three-piece for quite some time, looking at how they were rotating through this match. So yeah, got to give credit where it is due. And Sekudai are going to sit at the tippity top of that. And of course, it is him, son, being the MVP for this game. 6 eliminations and 744 damage dealt. But surprisingly, the survival time not really extending that far.
Absolutely, but Sekudai was trying from the last 6 matches. I mean, in the second match, or maybe the first match, they had a great amount of elimination numbers, and even in the ninth match, they had 7 total elimination points. They were trying their level best to get those eliminations, and by side, they were trying to get their hands on chicken dinner. Finally, they will get it in the last match, and Himson will get 6 elimination points with 744 damage. Once again, decent amount of damage and decent amount of elimination numbers, which will definitely uh, give them a push on the points table. 19 points by BTR, even after eliminating on the second spot, getting eliminated on the second spot. They had 13 total elimination points. Look at this. BTR still managing to be on top.
Yep, it's again that thing that we said at the start of the day, right? If the teams can definitely look to capitalize on eliminations, irrespective of the placement points that they get for this game. So Bigatron just proving that point yet again. So well done to them. Sekadai and A1 Esports both walking away with 7 eliminations, but the chicken dinner does make quite a bit of a difference. 17 versus 12. Tribermacy also walking away with 12 eliminations, but we see a lot of aggression coming through from the squads, right? It extends all the way down to D Xavier to find themselves with 4 points, and all of that, of course, as a result of those eliminations. Unfortunately for 3 squads, they will get nothing but a bag of donuts, as it is going to be 4YLC, T2K, and then, of course, Talon, all getting nothing, unfortunately, for the final match. But it is what it is, right? Teams tried their best. Some of them were able to come in clutch, and others, well, they were the result of that clutch.
Absolutely, but Triber Messi finally getting another match on queue. They also got some good amount of elimination numbers. Sem9, yes, they were trying to dethrone Glue Squad from the first spot, but they were unable to do that. But tomorrow, I think someone from bottom will try, or maybe they cannot try because the lead is so good. Glue Squad, they have 113 points in total. Sem9 with 109. They started the day with 37 points, and look at them. They managed to be on the second spot with 109 points. That's a huge comeback by Sem9. But then Bigatron by Vitality, another team who started from 45 points, I guess, and ended on 84. Sakudai, yes, they also had a great run with 79 points. They jumped 4 spots after the previous match. Secondina, RRQ with 71 points, and Triber Messi with 69 points. So I believe these are the teams who are in the safe zone for now. Only time will tell what's going to happen to them after the next 6 matches, which they are not going to play. But R3G will also end on 67 spots. So, yes, another team who made a huge comeback.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty tough day looking at tomorrow's games, of course. So Todak are going to be the team to be the closest to gaining entry onto the top 9. Of course, coming through with 48 points versus the 67. Yes, there's a bit of a gap, but it's not going to be too much of a concern, right? 19 points, that could quite easily be secured in a single match, and that would award them a position up into the top nine. So, yeah, the race is going to be all the way to the end of the day. I think realistically, only the top two squads are 100% sure as to like they have a really good chance of making it through into the grand finals. What the rest of the lobby will have in store for them, of course, we'll find out tomorrow. But it's going to be a pretty challenging day. As you can see, quite a few squads, even on the second page, all the way from 10th to 14th, sitting with winner chicken dinners. So, Bloods, Vikings, 1 for 1, as well as Skyfalls, they'll have to bring it in tomorrow if they want to surpass these squads and replace a few of the others sitting on page number 1.
Well, we can say that it was not a good day for the teams who were playing their first 6 matches. Like, you will see all these teams on the third page or probably the second, and even on the second page, you can see that most of the teams are on the bottom spot. Like, only ViperX Knockout, they managed to get 40 points, which is a good number. But aside from that, even in sports, yes, it's all right, it's decent, it's fine, not very good. They need to have a good day tomorrow. Side by side, if you talk about Team 1 for 1, they also had an okay day. Yes, it was a bad day for Team Nexori, for YLC, Void Donkeys, Talon Esports, Bandit Esports. Just look at this. Almost 6 names are here from the Group C. Halal Exotron, side by side, Bandit Esports, Talon Esports, Nexori, Void Donkeys, and for YLC.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a bit of an expectation yet to be kind of brought through here. I mean, we've seen teams step up on their first day of play, locking in insane performances, right? Glue Squad doing that on day number 1, coming through with 77 points. And then, as you were pointing out, the players there from Sem9, right? They started the day off with 37 points, and then they ended up with 109. So that has awarded them 72. So my big question is going to be who's going to be that next 70 plus point gainer tomorrow? Is it going to be any one of the teams on the second page or the third page rather, or is it going to be somebody coming all the way through from that second page, right? So Todak, they definitely have the points to work in their favor. You can see the same rather there for Viper, but it's going to be difficult for the teams that played on the first day to gain that momentum all of a sudden, right? I think Group C will have a slightly easier time going from day 2 into day 3, whereas Group A will have to prove quite a bit if they want to get themselves well situated within the top 9.
Absolutely. Only the time will tell which team will end in the, and the rest of the teams will be forced to play the last chance. But hey, moving onwards, Lapar will be on the first spot. The player who is not even in the top 4 will join the top 4 and will lead the top 4 after just 6 matches, and that is none other than RRQ Lapar, who used to play in BTR. 21 eliminations in total, 4,428 good damage, and side by side 20 knockouts, which is insane. And now we have all 4 names completely new from the Tomorrow stable.
Yeah.
There was no Xbox, no Roshan, no Firewind.
Yeah, not starting the day. So it's, the teams and the players are definitely looking to shake things up. Firewind 24 though, that is pretty dang impressive. But the damage numbers are going to continue to stack on up, so we could have an entirely different board come end of day tomorrow. So you got to give it up to Lapart, right? That consistency just there. Landing on the MVP list after the first day, MVP list on the second day. Will Lapart be able to hold on? Because tomorrow, RIQ aren't playing, right? So it's going to be all down to the rest of the players looking to come in hot, chasing for these overall positions. And of course, as we know, the MVP slot is going to be worth an additional $50. So there's always a lot to play for here. But yeah, that brings us to the wrap. It is going to be our 6 chicken dinner winners here. We got the players from Sem9, we got R3G, A1, Tribear MC, Viper KO, and then of course Sekodai to lock in the last one for Group B. Absolutely exciting stuff. But that gets us that much closer to knowing exactly who's going to be making it through into the grand finals and who will have to take a bit of a detour going into the last chance. Because, as we mentioned before, moving into last chance, that's where things get interesting, because we'll be adding a few teams coming through from the EWC as well. So if you thought this lobby was challenging, the next one could be even more so.
Absolutely, probably team
As we mentioned before,
40
moving
will
into the
join in
last
from
round,
Pakistan
that's where
side in
things
there.
get interesting because we'll be adding a few
How
teams
can
from
we forget the team who
the
went there
WC
and
as well.
dominated there
So
entirely?
if you
And
thought
now
this lobby
they have
was
to come back
challenging,
and once
the
again
next one will be
join
even more so.
everyone. I'm talking about Hura Sports. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today. We will have our 6 more matches for the group stage. But for that to happen, we have to wait for tomorrow. And see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye, everyone.